You healthy?
Yeah. I had a cold and it's got that lingering cough now.
Can see that. You always did it.
Is that?
Driving today?
Right. I made this.
I have faith.
Your fault.
Way back there.
Amber. I think that was on.
Oh.
Okay. Right.
Are we good? Okay, we are good with technology. Let's call to order this meeting, Ottawa County Board of Commissioners meeting for Thursday, April 30th, 2026. I guess Rachel is here today to call the, what am I doing here? Call the order. Well, that's me. I do the call of the order. We don't do attendance yet, so we're good. Sorry, it's been a day. We're just getting started. All right, let's open up with an invocation. Who's doing the invocation today? Have we got that? Hey, Doug is. Oh, all right. Thank you, Doug, if you would offer.
Lord, bless us this morning as we convene to address the issues pertaining to the well-being of Ottawa County residents. May your wisdom guide our discussions toward fair and successful outcomes. Grant us the courage, strength, and insight to make decisions that benefit all those we serve. Be present in our deliberations, bestowing your grace upon the choices we make as leaders. Help us to lead with integrity, ensuring that our actions align with goodness and righteousness, and grant us humility to always seek your will in all our endeavors. Thank you for being our guiding light today. Amen.
All right, and if you would all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. And now, Rachel, if you'd call the roll.
Mr. Barry, Mr. Georgezma,
Yeah, here.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Here.
Mr. Moss,
Here.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Here.
Mr. Teeples, Mrs. Rhodey,
Here.
Mr. Kyers,
Here.
Mr. Bruger,
Here.
Mrs. Miedema.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And for those of you noticing that Commissioner Barry is missing, he is en route right now. So he'll be joining us in a little bit. First up on the agenda today, correspondence, we've got some Sheriff's Commendation Awards. I spoke with the sheriff about mixing the order up just a touch because he has a whole bunch of people here. And so we're going to go with the Customer Service Awards first. So first up is Deputy Evan Potter in the room. You have to come up to the middle so that we can embarrass you. All right. Actually, I'm going to come up there and join you. How about that? I think that'll be better. Let me grab these awards. Go. So these are our Ottawa County Customer Service Awards, and there were there were more than one nominee, but two individuals who stood out this year. And I've got Deputy Potter from the Sheriff's Office to my left. While working in Holland Township, Deputy Potter overheard a call about a baby being delivered at a home. Feet first, breach. With an AMR still 11 minutes out, it's an ambulance. Without hesitation, Deputy Potter responded to the scene in Zeeland City and safely delivered a healthy baby girl. Wow. His calm under pressure and clinical excellence in such a high-risk situation made all the difference for that mother and child. This is just one example of his dedication, whether it's a challenging medical emergency or assisting law enforcement in a difficult call. Deputy Potter never hesitates to step in, lead, and support those around him. He consistently goes above and beyond the call of duty. Beyond his duty hours, Deputy Potter lives the commitment to serve. Just this past Friday, there's more? Okay. Just this past Friday night, a community member shared on Facebook that he saw Deputy Potter handing out Halloween candy to kids while on a shift. It's small moments like this, showing kindness, building community relationships, and making kids smile that truly reflect who he is. His heart and soul are poured into serving others, and our community is better because of him. One more applause for Deputy Potter, please. All right, and up next is Tavia here. Oh, come on up. We get to embarrass you now. And am I saying that right, Tavia? Tavia. Okay, thank you. Like Octavia, but Tavia. All right, so from the clerk's office, today we are honored to recognize Tavia Renkema from the County Clerk's Register of Deeds office for her outstanding compassion, professionalism, and exceptional service. Recently, a distressed customer came into the office after being targeted by a sophisticated jury duty scam. She had spent nearly half an hour on the phone with someone impersonating law enforcement, was threatened with a $15,000 warrant, and was coerced into sending all the funds she had available, $900, through a QR code payment. Tavia immediately stepped in. She contacted the Circuit Court Records Jury Division to verify the customer's status and quickly confirmed that no jury summons had been issued. With great care, she informed the customer that she had been scammed, then gently guided her to a private space to help her regain composure. Seeing the customer too overwhelmed to advocate for herself, Tavia took the lead, contacting the sheriff's office, speaking with dispatch, and ensuring the situation was escalated to a detective. She stayed with the customer every step of the way, offering support, reassurance, and even a comforting hug when the customer's emotions became too much for her to bear. Tavia's actions went far beyond the expectations of her role. Her empathy, calm leadership, and heartfelt concern made a profound difference in someone's life on one of their worst days. This is the very definition of exceptional public service. Please join me in recognizing Tavia.
My daughter.
All right, and now we'll turn the floor over to our Ottawa County Sheriff, Eric DeBoer.
Thank you, Chairman Brugger, and I appreciate the board and the administration for recognizing our employees during your customer service awards. As is the policy of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office, when a member is given an award, they are notified by letter for their personnel file, but then scheduled for the next convenient meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners so they can be recognized publicly, as has been our habit here within the last 2 years again. But the incident we have today had a significant number of people. And so in respect for the time of the board, and I know you have a busy agenda, we won't be bringing each person up to be recognized, but I will call their names after the description of the award. And they'll hopefully raise their hands so you at least know which ones could make it, because all of them couldn't even be here today. And after that, we'll allow you time to recognize them, and then we will leave your boardroom.
Was this a hold applause until the end?
That's what that is.
All right, got it.
So it is my honor to recognize the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office personnel whose exceptional actions during the multi-vehicle crash on I-196 in Zeeland Township reflect the very best of public service. On that day, more than 100 vehicles were involved in one of the most complex crash scenes in our county's history. Despite the extreme weather and chaos, these men and women responded with calm professionalism, steady leadership, and remarkable teamwork. They secured a dangerous scene, assisted the injured and stranded motorists, maintained critical communications, and coordinated resources across multiple agencies, all while ensuring public safety under extreme pressure. Their actions not only saved lives, but also demonstrated what it truly means to serve with integrity, courage, and compassion. The seamless collaboration between our road patrol, our supervisors, our command staff, our EOC personnel, along with fire, towing, and busing and other entities exemplify how training, preparedness, and character come together when it matters most. It is a great privilege to present the Sheriff's Commendation Award to this outstanding team for their dedication and professionalism during a nationally recognized event. Their service brought great credit to themselves, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office, and the people of Ottawa County. We would like to recognize Deputy Ryan Beering, Investigative Support Specialist Greg Carlson, Deputy Jessica Davidson, Deputy Josh DeHogue, EOC Leah Delano, Animal Control Deputy Chris DeWitt, Deputy Brandon Fisk, Deputy Tristan Gerbers, Lieutenant Derek Grenser, Director Lou Hunt, Lieutenant Nick Knott, Deputy Zach Martini, Sergeant Josh McCarthy, Deputy Mahar Nassif, Deputy Ben Norris, Deputy AJ Rietberg, EOC Chris Sadler, Deputy Jim Skolma, EOC Derek Schroeder, Captain Jake Sparks, Sergeant Michael Taminga, Deputy David Thompson, Deputy Brian Tucker, Deputy Adam Van Dis, Sergeant Tyler Van Dusselaar, and Captain Eric Westbier. Once again, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you to your team. I think we'll give the Sheriff's Department a moment. I think they're going to head out for a photograph.
You're going to be testing them every single day, but.
All right, as they continue to file out, we'll invite Bob DeVries up for a legislative update.
Good morning.
Morning.
Bob, I feel like we just quit.
Exciting.
Yeah.
A broken ankle deal I'm working on, but thank you for my time this morning. As always good to see everybody. We're right in the midst of budget season. Things seem to be moving a little bit quicker than last year. As you remember, the budget went overtime last year. They had a little bit of a continuing resolution situation and didn't get done until October. This being an election year, the pressure is on a little bit for the legislature to get it done. And it feels like it's headed towards an early July resolution, like we've been used to the last several years. So that's a good thing. But the budget is a little more challenging than it has been. There's about a $1.8 billion projected deficit, although we'll learn a little bit more when the revenue estimating conference happens in early May. The governor's proposed closing that deficit through several new taxes, a little bit of decreased spending, and some money from the rainy day fund to fill the last part of the hole. The House and Senate have decided not to push forward with the tax proposals. The Senate, though, is interested in pulling about $350 million out of that rainy day fund to help close the budget gap. The governor and the Senate both recommended the same revenue sharing numbers that we received in the budget last year, while the House is adding $19.8 million to the county revenue sharing line, which is about a 10% increase. It's early to tell where that will land, but it will certainly be subject to negotiation moving forward. One other good thing, I guess, on the revenue sharing front is the Senate is starting to move forward on the bills to implement the revenue sharing trust fund, something that Ottawa County has long supported. And this would take a portion of tax revenue and permanently dedicate it to this revenue sharing trust fund so that revenue sharing would no longer be subject to negotiations every single year. There's a pot of money, be divided up. In theory, it goes up when the state is doing well and revenues are up. If revenues ever go down, that pot of money would also go down, but it wouldn't be subject to annual negotiations, cuts, raises in the political process. It creates a little bit of stability and some predictability there. So it was good to see the Senate taking some action on that this week, but it's got a little ways to go yet before it gets across the finish line. As part of the budget process, there are two projects that we are working on behalf of Ottawa County. The first one is in process already. The Michigan Strategic Fund recommended a $17 million grant to the city of Coopersville to support infrastructure upgrades to help Fairlife expand their facility there in Coopersville. Lakeshore Advantage and others are kind of leading that project, and we are doing what we can to support them. Since the Strategic Fund recommended that funding, it's up to now to the House and the Senate Appropriations Committees to approve it. That money would come out of the State Strategic Readiness Program fund. That fund has been a little bit less popular in the last year or two. It has funded some of the more controversial projects like the Goshen Battery Plant up in Big Rapids. So I think there's a possibility that rather than use that process, the legislature will look at just appropriating money directly. And Rep. Meerman and others have led the process on asking for that to be part of the budget. So we got two different pathways there. And I remain hopeful that will be part of the budget. The other project we're working on is with Water Resources Commissioner Joe Bush, a $500,000 grant request to support a study for ways to recharge Ottawa County's groundwater aquifers. Joe came to Lansing recently, testified in front of a House Appropriations Subcommittee about the need for this project. And things are looking good. All of our Ottawa County delegation has teamed up to push for this. It will really depend on how much money there is available. These are the types of things that are the last types of projects funded. But if we do have a decent pot of money for these legislatively directed spending items, I think there's a good chance that we'll get that $500,000 to do that study. The other thing that is starting to get a little bit of movement, the House Republicans introduced the bills that would implement their property tax reform. I talked about that a little bit when I was here last quarter. And these are what we expected them to be. Bills to eliminate the state education tax, the real estate transfer tax, eliminate the pop-up tax, and the personal property tax on utilities. There is also a bill that would create a service tax on certain services, although the list of services is not yet part of it. It's going to be subject to the negotiations. If we would eliminate all of those, it's about a $5 billion amount of revenue that would need to be replaced, and that's what the service tax bill is designed to do. And so we'll continue to monitor that. Obviously, anything property tax related has a potential to have a significant impact on the county. And we will work with administration to make sure whatever's happening, we're in the loop. But that's my brief update, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Bob. We have a full agenda. Does anybody have a brief question to ask of Bob? We can also give you a call. Is that correct?
Always happy to take a phone call.
There we go. All right, let's do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. All right, up next, item D on our agenda, the Prosecuting Attorney's Office 2025 Annual Report. I do believe I saw our prosecutor in the audience and making her way up. Welcome.
Good morning, board. Thank you for having me today. Yeah, it's my honor to present to all of you the 2025 annual budget for the prosecuting attorney. And yes, in the interest of time, I'll get right at it. I hope all of you have had an opportunity to actually receive our report. I'm going to have a copy of that because I believe we printed a bunch of copies for that, not knowing you didn't need them. Okay. All right. Well, as you all know, probably, this was my first year as the elected prosecutor in 2025 to present to you the annual report. So certainly is my honor. The mission statement. Here we go. Is this ready for me to go? Not so much? If that's easier. Okay. The mission statement of the prosecutor's office is mainly broken down into three parts. First of all, obviously, we want to preserve the quality of life of the citizens of Ottawa County. So we want to make sure that Ottawa County remains one of the best places to live, work, and raise our children. And we do so through consistent enforcement of the criminal laws of the county and of the state. We also want to promote lawful conduct. We want to make sure that our enforcement of the laws is encouraging people to comply with those laws by educating them, by making people understand that we are going to proceed with fair prosecution and that there are consequences for criminal behavior. And three, that we're enhancing the safety and the security of Ottawa County and its citizens. So we work very collaboratively with all of our law enforcement agencies, Sheriff's Department, Zeeland Police, Grand Haven, Holland, Grand Valley, all of our police agencies, MSP, et cetera. We work with them very closely to make sure that we are using community enforcement, creating that safer environment that we're looking for to make sure that we're strategically working together to enforce laws and to create safety. The responsibilities of the prosecutor remain very heavy, and we take those very seriously. The prosecuting attorney is the chief law enforcement officer in Ottawa County, created by the Michigan Constitution and responsible for common law, statute, court rule, and appellate case law. We obviously do criminal prosecution, both at the criminal level, or excuse me, at the adult level and the juvenile level. So we handle any type of criminal case that enters Ottawa County, no matter what your age. We have specialty services that we focus on at the Ottawa County Prosecutor's Office, which includes a family court division that is becoming growingly and increasingly large and time-consuming, unfortunately. We have a domestic violence unit, a very strong and large victims' rights unit. You may have seen our May basket spread throughout the county. Our victims advocates have been working very hard to get hygiene products gathered together for victims of crime and donate those to Resilience. So if you haven't seen those, I think you have one more day to donate. We have an appellate specialist. The appellate world is truly causing us a lot of extra work and focus. So we've divided some of our units into creating that specialty department. And also we have attorneys that are specialized, as we all are, in training law enforcement to make sure that they're up to speed with our laws and how we're handling cases. Third, and very important to us, is community leadership. I think it's more and more important for us to recognize our role in the community and the need for us to make sure that we're out in the community, educating them as much as possible. I know today we have a couple of attorneys that are allowing a middle school student to job shadow them today to just kind of give them a little bit of taste of what we do. But any opportunity we have to go into schools, senior resource facilities, anything we can do, we're going to be there and we're going to educate as much as we can. And we often will team with our law enforcement to kind of give the full story of making sure that people and citizens are safe. Our office locations, those haven't changed. We still have the two. So we have our office. Unfortunately, it's very unique and difficult when it comes to being a prosecutor to have these two very distinct locations. We work very hard constantly to try to keep that division as small as possible. We try to get our teams together as much as we can, but unfortunately, Ottawa County is pretty spread out. So we've talked many times about bringing in a third branch. We're just not going to do that. We need to keep our resources together, keep our teams together. It's one of the things that truly makes us great. We are looking forward to presenting to this board in our 2026 budget, moving or at least starting to move into renovations of the second floor of Grand Haven. I won't go there yet. The prosecutor's office staff, we have a leadership team made of 4 individuals, and I can tell you, I am so incredibly grateful for this team. I certainly couldn't do what I do without them. So me as the prosecutor, my chief assistant is Jake Jennison. He was going to be here today, but he had court he had to handling one of our young child CSC victims with our canine advocate Q. Mallory Jewell, she's here. She loves being drawn attention to. She's our office manager in Holland, and Elizabeth Cookenmeister is at a training. She's our office manager in Grand Haven. Those 3 individuals really are important to me in my work and make this county and this prosecuting office truly run. The other people that make us stellar, in my humble opinion, is the rest of our staff, including 16 assistant prosecuting attorneys with specialized expertise. We've really tried to focus on where are your strengths, what do you do the best in, because we've got crime coming from all angles, and we want to know if we've got one that's really complicated and it involves digital evidence, or if it involves weaponry, or if it involves kids, or it involves adults, or lots of numbers. Who do we go to on those really complicated cases? And we try to really focus their trainings in those areas, whereas we all can handle them. If we've got those really complicated ones, we have ones that we can go to. Very gifted attorneys and very experienced. We're blessed. 12 legal assistants that across 3 divisions. We have legal assistant 1s that kind of handle triage in our office, the front windows. We have 2s that handle our district courts, and then we have 3s that handle our circuit courts. 4 IT specialists that handle our digital evidence. We've had those positions for several years now, and they are so crucial. More and more increasing their duties when it comes to digital evidence, receiving from the police agencies, getting them out to defense attorneys, and then helping the attorneys prepare those presentations for juries, which more and more we're being expected to do. And instead of just reviewing a police report, we're reviewing about 4 to 8+ hours of digital evidence in addition to those police reports. So the time that it takes to do our jobs is very different these days. We have 7 victims' rights unit members. That's just increasingly more need in our community to have advocates that are here for victims. Our 7th is the cheapest one for the county, so you all can rest assured that our most lazy employee is the cheapest employee and probably one of our best, and that's our Canine Advocate Q. So we have some new faces in 2025. We were able to hire some new attorneys. Kimberly Ronan is an assistant prosecutor level 1. She has vast experience when it comes to doing mental health hearings and some probate matters. So she did work for the county, being assigned to some of those mental health commitment hearings, defending those individuals and making sure that those rights are protected. And now we've snagged her and she's working with us, and she's been assigned to our juvenile delinquency division and handling some other probate matters. She's been a true gift. Rachel McEnhill, she was a prosecutor in Muskegon for 15 years, and then she decided that she wanted to do more with regards to advocacy for children. So she worked as a forensic interviewer and then became a senior in that position with supervising at the Muskegon Children's Advocacy Center. And we have another prosecutor that we had snagged from Muskegon a while back who said, hey, I know you still got that itch to be a prosecutor. I think Ottawa County is going to get you what you need. And she agreed. So we were very fortunate to get Rachel McEnhill to come and help us out with our cases. She's been focusing more and more on child abuse cases. Ryan Seal, he's one of our assistant prosecutors that actually, if you happen to not recognize his name, it's because he was a public defender, and I won't go there, but we're very lucky to have Ryan Seal on our staff. He's a gift. Changes and challenges. Well, I don't know that I like the title of changes and challenges being my name, but it's there. Certainly, it's been a challenge and a total privilege for me to have this office, and hopefully things are going well that you can see on your end as well. Jake Jennison was promoted to my chief assistant. He was previously a senior attorney, had some promotions of APAs that were now senior attorneys, Carol Wilkinson, Jay Tubergen, and Ben Medema, just absolute gifted attorneys that have a lot of experience that are branching out in some other areas and covering some new topics. We had Joellen Haas, who was probably the only other attorney that had been there anywhere near as long as I had. So I think she was shy of mine by about 2 years. She finally retired for her sake, for her grandchildren, back in June of 2025. We went paperless. You are welcome. That was a very difficult thing for a lot of us to do. We had been kind of baby stepping it, but you can only baby step things for so long. And we figured after about 5-7 years of baby stepping, we're just going to rip that Band-Aid. So we did. And I think we're pretty cool with it. I think things are going fine. And I definitely know that we've experienced a significant financial savings. Also time, just duplicating everything over and over again. It was just becoming ridiculous. So we fixed that. Towards the end of last year, we implemented Carpel as our new case management system. I also will just wait and talk to you about that this year because that's been really a huge struggle for my staff. And I am so grateful for them for just hanging in with us on it. And we're getting through it here pretty well. And it will end up being a real big gift. So hopefully next year when I'm here, I will tell you all the great things about Carpel. Right now, I'm just going to bite my tongue for a hot minute. Digital evidence just continues to be expounded. Ottawa County Sheriff's Office started their digital evidence. We had been used to it with Holland and a couple other agencies, but we were preparing and knew that that would change things a bit, and it certainly did. So we're continuing to enhance our digital evidence in the courtroom and our discovery process. Between retirements, promotions, and positions openings, there were 11 different staffing changes in 2025. Most of those we were able to gift some really good, talented individuals with promotions within our office. Criminal caseload overview. We had almost 2,000 felonies. That rate increased by about 5.5% from last year. A little over 5,000 misdemeanors, which increased just not even quite 1% from last year. The juvenile caseload decreased by about 5%, just under 1,000 there this year, for a total of approximately 8,000 cases, which increased by about 1%. So, you know, crime is what crime is going to be. And so when we receive those cases, we make sure we handle them appropriately. Significant crime trends. I know this is something that everybody likes to kind of just have a grasp on, especially from the board here. Notable increases are felony drunk drivings. You know, we work really hard with our recovery courts. They do a tremendous job. they're not full. So we need to make sure that we're reassessing who's getting into those courts and if maybe expanding that. So I know we've had a lot of conversations about expanding that application process to see who else we can serve in those areas. Robberies up 100%. Well, that just basically means that if we had maybe 2, we had 4 or something along those lines. So you can refer to our more detailed report to get that information. Misdemeanor drunk driving, not surprisingly, is also increased. Weapons offenses are up. That is something that we have always been very careful of. We're just trying to work on those as best as we can, and our law enforcement does a tremendous job making sure that once it comes to us, we make sure those weapons are forfeited so they don't get back into the hands of people who don't need them. Domestic violence is up a little bit, drug offenses are up. So those are the kind of areas that we see usually fairly consistently in our county. Notable decreases, property crimes. I know we were dealing with that so much with break-ins and driveways and things along those lines. That significantly went down, which is great. Criminal sexual conduct is slightly down. Obviously, that's a great trend. Arson, again, is one of those where we have maybe 1 or 2 or 3 a year. So you're going to see that percentage one way or the other pretty significant. Breaking, entering, extraditions, where we're bringing in other people from other counties who committed crimes here, that is also down. There's statistics here. I want to keep your time here at most interest. You can take a look at those with regards to domestic violence. I touched a little bit about on that. Moving on to post-conviction workload, that's appeals. So once we get through the trials, we get our convictions, we have served justice as best as we can, we are seeing a huge increase in our appellate work. The prosecutor's office, as many people might not know, is that we also have to handle those. So at any point in time, there is a case, there's work involved in a case, we are going to be handling that. So if we handle the criminal case, we're going to be handling the appeals. And it has just been a huge, significant issue that we've been dealing with. So we've had some major significant appeals. Everyone's probably familiar with the Karen Bowes case because we've come to you for a lot of money for experts on the different appeals on that, and we appreciate your support through that. We're very happy with that result. And then there's a couple other noteworthy ones. These cases that are on here, I could talk to you about for probably hours, and all the major issues that are being handled right now in our Supreme Courts and our Court of Appeals that are going to make some significant changes in how we handle our cases. So we've got a lot of concern going out there, anxiously awaiting for some of these decisions. And unfortunately, we're not looking forward to some of the results that we're hearing rumors of. So it gives you kind of an outline of our post-conviction process there. Abuse and neglect cases are up. I spoke with our abuse and neglect attorneys before kind of coming here once they saw the results. They are definitely trying more cases. They tried 58 between the two of them in 2025, and that's more, but they're doing great work. They're really giving these cases great attention and using their skill and their expertise to make sure that everything is handled appropriately when it comes to those very sensitive cases. Homicides in 2025, we obviously can't get into them, so we just kind of take some news clips and we just give them to you. There was a mother charged with killing her teen son in a Holland apartment. Katie Lee, she was already sentenced. Regarding Alan Lopez, that was an 18-year-old charged with manslaughter and the shooting death of a friend of his in a vehicle. Grand Valley State University student was shot through the floor at a house party. That case got resolved last year as well. And then pending trial here in 2026 is Michelle Matos Colon, and that's a Jenison area woman who's accused in the shooting death of her husband. The last one is Joyce Lockett. She was charged with involuntary manslaughter, and that was pled to a lesser charge. That involved a young baby. Victims' rights services, that's where everything always gets very heavy during that moment. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, happy to answer them. Victims' rights services, our victims' rights department is second to none. We have a fairly short staff considering we're the 7th largest county in Ottawa County, in Michigan. And the amount of victims that they reach out to is phenomenal. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know how they do it, but they also were able to fine tune all of our paperwork. We have to send out information to victims on every single case. And we were just looking at it more and more, just thinking this stuff just doesn't make sense. If I'm a victim and I'm receiving this, let's take the time and see what happens when we're receiving this information. And we just weren't satisfied with the quality of that. So they worked very hard with our office managers to go through and revamp all of that. And I'm very proud of the result. And they also brought an intern for that was no cost to the county, and she helped change our entire website as well. So hopefully you guys all have an opportunity to take a look at our website. Very proud of that as well. It's been a long time since that's ever been looked at. A day in the life of Q. He's probably the most fun thing. I already kind of talked with him. But the interesting thing is Q helps us in 100+ child victim cases. And I don't know what we would do without him. We've had other canines in the past, and this one is just working out great. One of the things is we have him assigned to an attorney rather than a victim advocate. So Jake handles a lot of our child CSC cases with Rachel. And so it's really good to have him there with his dog as they're doing it. And so he takes Q home with him. It is his dog, but Q is here every day at work. We've unfortunately been told that we can't give him as many treats as we used to. He's on a wee bit of a diet. But other than that, he's healthy and happy and doing a great job. All right. Last but not least, looking ahead, we've got a really exciting 2026. We're integrating LERMS and Axon to our Carpel system. That's all boring stuff, but you all probably have heard these words, so you know what that's relevant to. Just integrating, getting the information to our office faster and cleaner and without as much work from our law enforcement agencies. Building reconstruction, we have busted the seams in all of our offices, and you guys have kindly and graciously provided an opportunity for us to move up to the second floor in Grand Haven. So that'll give us a lot more space. We also know that there's some new judges that might be coming that we're going to be having to increase our staff a bit too for. So we got a lot of stuff going on, and just continuously dealing with digital evidence and how we can make sure that we're handling that appropriately. I appreciate your time. I know you got a lot going on. If there's any questions I can answer, I'm more than happy to do so. Otherwise, I really am grateful for all that you do and for having me here today.
Sarah, would it be all right if we reached out to you with an email or a phone call?
Anytime.
All right. Thank you very much for the update and for all you do and your team. My goodness. All right. Up next on our agenda, item F is the Equalization Department's 2025 annual report. Nope, sorry. I apologize. I went too far. 20th Circuit and Probate Court's 2025 annual report. I believe Susan is maybe in the audience.
Yep.
There she is, making her way forward. And we have a judge as well. Sir, welcome.
We do. Thank you, Chairperson Berger and the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. Good morning from the third branch of government. On behalf of my colleagues on the Circuit and Probate Court, it's my privilege to introduce the 2025 annual report titled Justice Forward, focusing on innovation and excellence. Our court administrator, Susan Franklin, will walk you through the report in more detail, but I wanted to offer a few brief remarks from my own perspective at the outset. First, I want to express our appreciation on behalf of judges, referees, administrators, and staff for the board's consistent support of the administration of justice in Ottawa County. The quality of justice we're able to provide is not accidental. It's the direct result of a governing body that takes seriously its obligation to fund the courts. We are recognized statewide as a high-performing court. We have a nationally recognized recovery court and legal self-help center, and they exist because of your investment. They deliver real measurable benefit to the families of Ottawa County, and we do not take that partnership for granted. I'm here because I want to highlight our current challenges. Caseloads across the circuit court continue to grow, and the complexity of individual cases is increasing as well. Our judges and referees are carrying more than full-time workloads. The Michigan Supreme Court recognized this in the 2025 Judicial Resources Report issued last December and recommended adding an additional circuit judge to the 20th Circuit. We will be pursuing this recommendation and what that means for Ottawa County, with the knowledge that a new judgeship cannot now be filled until the general election in 2028, when we will be electing potentially 3 new judges, half our bench. But we can't wait for 3 new judges to deal with our current challenges. What we need to do is work smarter with the technology we have and the technology that's now available. So in 2025, we launched an AI-assisted transcript pilot project in partnership with the State Court Administrative Office. This year, we've launched a second pilot project to improve case and data management and analysis by our judicial officers and research attorneys. That first pilot project has gone very well, and the second one is just getting started, and we will be reporting back on those. Our probate court has long been a leader in virtual hearings, electronic filing, and digital case management. Looking ahead, improvements in our use of technology is essential to sustaining the quality of and timeliness of judicial services for county residents. We're committed to moving justice forward thoughtfully, responsively, and in partnership with the county. I'd welcome any questions you have for me. Otherwise, I'm going to turn the floor over to our fabulous court administrator, Susan Franklin. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Judge. And we should recognize that in 2025, Judge Van Allsburg was actually the recipient of the Hilda Gage Judicial Excellence Award. This award was presented to him. He was considered amongst all the current and retired circuit and Court of Appeals judges, and he was granted that award by the Michigan Judges Association. So congratulations, Judge. Obviously, we have more than just Judge Van Allsburg. Although he does a lot, he can't do it all by himself. Our other judicial officers are shown here. The top three are all in the Family Justice Center as part of our family division. And below them, Judge Hulsing and Judge Miedema work out of the Grand Haven Courthouse, and they handle the civil and criminal dockets. And Judge Dahlman is our chief probate judge. He's also located in the Grand Haven Courthouse. And he also presides over our recovery court, which Judge Van Allsburg mentioned. That recovery court is completely grant funded. So that has not cost Ottawa County any money over the term. It's been, I think, 21 years now. And we're very proud of it. It's been recognized statewide and nationally. And we had 25 participants graduate in 2025, which we're very proud of. Judge Van Allsburg mentioned a little bit about our transcript pilot project. I would like to say that it did go a little further than just transcripts, because we uploaded basically all of our hearing recordings into the cloud, and an AI converted that to text. But there was also a part of the program that allowed the judges to ask questions of what happened in the hearings. So it could provide a separate summary. It could provide a summary of what witnesses testified to, what exhibits were offered and admitted, and allowed the judges to actually ask it to summarize the order that they gave in those cases, which we could then create a document for. So it was definitely a very interesting pilot project, and we're looking to continue potentially that pilot project into the future. Our trial division is the portion of the court that hears our criminal and civil cases. And I should have mentioned this at the beginning, but I do appreciate that we were able to follow Prosecutor Matoizik. It's really an Ottawa County episode of Law and Order here today. And I'll let you add the sound effects to that yourselves. So this, as I said, this is Judge Hulsing and Judge Miedema's docket generally in Grand Haven. And we did have an uptick in our case numbers this year. Not a huge uptick, but one of the most significant parts were that there were 46 more felony capital criminal cases last year than there had been the year before. And those capital cases are the ones that are punished by up to life in prison. So those take a lot of time, both for the prosecutor's office, the public defender's office, and for the court to manage. We have 2 legal self-help centers now, one in each of our major courthouses, so one in Grand Haven and one in the Family Justice Center here in West Olive. This program allows people to represent themselves. So we see a lot of use for this in family division cases where perhaps someone could not afford to hire an attorney to represent them. They're able to ask questions regarding court processes and procedures and get forms that are make it easier for them to represent themselves. A lot of court procedures are in legalese, as we say, and this center allows for that translation into English that everyone can understand. So we're very proud of the work that they've done. Our caseload statistics, you can see there compared to last year, we've had some upticks. We did have a slight reduction in juvenile delinquency cases, but that was made up for in other areas where we had upticks. I'd also like to highlight our attorney referees. These 3 individuals do a lot of the pre-work for our family division judges. They will hear motions for child support, parenting time, those type of cases. They also do a lot of preliminary hearings in juvenile delinquency, and that takes some of the stress off our judicial dockets, which is particularly important because As Judge Van Allsburg referred to the Judicial Resources Report, the Supreme Court determined that each Ottawa County judge is doing 122% of what a judge's full-time workload should be. They have a lot of cases in front of them. So our attorney referees are also doing a lot of work, and their number of hearings went up since last year to help deal with those docket issues. Our friend of the court continues to be one of the highest performing in the state and certainly one of the highest performing in large counties. We are very proud to try to maximize every dollar we can get reimbursed from various grants and programs so that the friend of the court can operate as efficiently as possible for the citizens of Ottawa County. And we do have a couple of friend of the court employees here today that I want to recognize. They took time off so that they could attend this meeting. So if you just wave, we're very proud of all of our friend of the court employees, but those two are here today. And we had a 5.7 increase in the number of cases in front of the friend of the court this year. So we've also kind of embarked on this GEMS program, which is Gain Employment Maintain Support. So this helps people who are having a hard time meeting their child support obligations to get, either because they have a lack of employment or insufficient employment. So we work with Michigan Works to try to get them better paying jobs, help them get GEDs, help them navigate any kind of vehicular issues if they don't have a car to get to jobs or interviews. So this program we're just starting out on it, but so far it's been a great aspect of our family division and our friend of the court. So we look forward to continuing that. Juvenile Court Services is one of our largest sections. So out of our 150 court employees, most of them are in Juvenile Court Services. And that is to provide probation for juvenile delinquents. We also do a lot of work for neglect abuse cases, and we have our Juvenile Detention Center here in Ottawa County. Our RISE treatment program is in the Juvenile Detention Center. It's trying to help reduce recidivism and to help juveniles learn better ways to cope, as well as working with their families. We have 39 contracts with other counties where they will send their juvenile delinquents to us for participation in that program, and they obviously pay for that privilege. But that program is well recognized throughout the state, and we're very proud of it. We had 296 youth in our detention center over last year. That was obviously not all at one time because we've only got 40 beds, but that was over the last year. The average length of their stay was 24 days. We don't want to use the Juvenile Detention Center as a long-term kind of facility. That's really not indicated well for juveniles. We try to keep them there and to try to get a reset, basically, before returning them to their families. And finally, our smallest division is our probate court. They're small but mighty. We've only got 7 employees other than the judge and I in probate court, and they've been dealing with a lot. Our caseloads are very challenging for the probate court. These are mental health cases and cases involving obviously deaths of individuals and children needing guardians or adults needing guardians or conservators. So they do a lot of very important work. This is kind of really a human-focused court because it's dealing with people who are in severe need. So they're working hard, but there's unfortunately a lot of work to do. And we may be coming to you with a request for a new employee for the probate court to help us out with that. So that is the end of my presentation, but I would be remiss if I did not say that although we are the judicial branch and we do our jobs to the best of our abilities, we cannot do that without the support of the county. We obviously work very closely with the clerk, register of deeds, and the sheriff's office, the prosecutor, and the public defender. But we also work very closely with HR, facilities, fiscal services, IT, and many other county departments. And of course, we've always enjoyed the support and appreciated the support of this Board of Commissioners and of county administration. So thank you very much for your support, and we'd happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Judge Van Allsburg, for joining her today. Just let us know what support you need. We will do our best to get it to you. Yeah, thank you. And we will reach out with questions by email or phone. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, and now on to item F, the Equalization Department's 2025 Annual Report. We welcome Brian Busker.
Morning, Commissioners. I'd like to say this is the moment you've all been waiting for, so let's get started. All right, I'm pleased to present the 2025 Equalization Annual Report. Equalization is very cyclical in nature, so a lot of this is very similar to what it's been every other year. I'll try and highlight particular parts that have deviated, but the Equalization Department, moving to the next slide, hopefully. There we go. Maybe, yeah. The Equalization Department has, I'll just say 5 primary functions, 4 of which are statutory, meaning this is required by the Constitution that we do these functions, 1 of which is contractual, and that is the assessing function that I'll be speaking about more later. The first function of the Equalization Department is our namesake, equalization itself. Equalization really is a process of studying the market for purposes of establishing assessed values. So that's what equalization does. We do this through 2 primary means. Number 1 is a sales study where we look at sales that have occurred in the market and we compare them to the assessed values on those properties. And from that information, we can project what the value as a whole should be adjusted to. So we're developing ratios and multipliers that we pass down to our local unit assessors so that they can adjust the assessment rolls to reflect 50% of market value. That's our primary goal. We have a team of 4 clerks that handle most of those deeds, but I personally handle a lot of the actual sales studies themselves, but they do an awful lot of work preparing all of those sales and verifying all of that information. The second way that we study the real estate market is through appraisal studies, where we have 3 staff appraisers that study commercial, industrial, and agricultural properties, and then we use those appraised values as compared to the assessed values in order to set what the market value is. On the next slide, actually go, I think, a couple of slides up. There we go. It's just a couple of graphs showing the sales volumes that we've been looking at over the last couple of years. And you can see for about the last 2 or 3 years, our sales volume has actually dropped by a pretty good margin. And while that is, I'm going to say probably the effect of just not having sufficient inventory in the market to have all of these sales, the sales dollar amounts actually continues to increase, which maybe is probably what we would expect, right? As demand increases, supply goes down, the price is going to go up, and that certainly is what we're seeing. But the other thing that I want to point out there is if you look on the right-hand graph, the lower line is still indicating that we're basing our assessed values, what we're telling our assessors to assess value at, is still based off from over 6,000 sales. So we have a lot of information supporting the values that we're putting forward. The next primary function of the Equalization Department is apportionment. Apportionment is a process that we handle we handle it throughout the year, but you guys will actually see it in the fall, typically in the month of October. And in 2025, when the year we're looking at, I presented the the apportionment report in October. And for the first time in many, many years, we did not have to amend that report as the result of a November ballot measure that changed the millage rates on the winter levies. That is quite unusual. One of the things that I'm going to point out is one of the bills that I think that Bob DeVries had mentioned. One of the bills is to put all millage related ballot questions on the November ballot. Which certainly we can implement. However, that's also going to mean that almost certainly we're going to have to amend our apportionment report every year. So we can work through it, but just letting you know that's something that we would have to do. Yeah, the apportionment function in general is a lot of, I'll say, auditing and advising. A lot of local unit clerks who are responsible for the actual levying of the taxes or putting the millage rate request forms together. These are elected positions that tend to have a little bit higher turnover, so my office provides a lot of guidance on making sure those millage rates are correct. The third function is the property description and mapping function. And that is one where our mappers in our department, I'll just say largely this function is maintaining the parcel layer. So if you go anywhere on the county website and you look in, you can see parcels on our GIS maps or something like that. Those layers are maintained by our mappers. One additional function that I would like to highlight is that these guys are really good at reading legal descriptions, and most people are really bad at it. So these guys provide an excellent resource, especially, I'll say, to title offices. A lot of attorneys seem to struggle with, not all attorneys, but a lot of attorneys seem to struggle with legal descriptions, and these guys are just an excellent resource. And it's kind of one of those behind the scenes functions of government that if they weren't there, you would know about it, right? And they just do a lot of work to keep our legal descriptions, tax descriptions up to date and accurate. So one of the things that I want to mention on the next slide, thank you, is I had mentioned last year that 2024 had a little drop in the amount of splits that our mappers were processing, and you can see that on that grid there. One of the things that I can't really explain why it is, but I can just say that it is, and that is whenever we have an election year, we always see a drop in the amount of splits coming into the county. Why that's related, I can't necessarily say, but like I say, you can see it in the numbers. Election year seems to, I'll just say it seems to make people nervous, and they're just not quite as quick to split or combine or whatever their property. One of the other functions that we provide is local unit assistance, and this too is largely, I'll say, advisory and education in nature. We provide a lot of problem solving. Local unit assessors, they'll encounter, I'll just say, challenges as they go through their job, and quite often we work with the local unit assessors to develop a plan, look at the law, and say this is how we apply the law to make sure that our taxpayers are appropriately served. We also provide a lot of education, and this year we started providing board of review education. So we have local unit boards of review that need to receive education every other year, and so we provide that education for them. The class really went well. It was well received and well attended, so that was a good class. In addition to that, Josh, my deputy, does a lot of education for local realtors, just trying to explain the property tax process, specifically in regards to how uncappings work, and letting realtors know how to let their customers know how the taxes are going to be affected on those properties. So we try and get involved in that, just trying to I'll just say raise awareness to how property taxes work. In addition to that, we do provide education at the state level and various other places as well. I taught a class last week on agricultural assessment administration, just trying to, you might say, overall help the profession do better. So that is a function that we provide as well. And our last function is the assessing function, which is contractual. It is not statutory. This is a function that Ottawa County decided in 2011 to offer as a service to our local units. And to date, we have 7 local units that have taken us up on this. You can see the list on the left there. 2 of those are fairly new. I think we just picked those up a couple of years ago, and that is Georgetown and Polkton Township. Both of those are going extremely well. We have some really good division managers that are handling those, and I always try and touch base with the the local unit supervisor or manager, just to make sure they're happy with our service, and just rave reviews by them. In 2025, we renewed 5 of those contracts. Those are a 3-year contract, and we renewed 5 of those 7 last year. The reason we only did 5 is because the Georgetown and Polkton, the relatively new ones, those we did a 4-year contract. So in 2020, I believe it's 2028, all 7 of them will be up for renewal. So. As part of providing that assessing services, we do a lot of property inspections. The state requires we do a 20% review of all properties in those jurisdictions. And that's a lot of reviews when you do a lot of units. So you can see the number of reviews that we do there. We've changed a little bit of our process just to make sure that we're complying with a recent Supreme Court decision. Just to, I'll say, both to protect our staff and to protect the taxpayers and make sure that they're serviced in the best way possible. Then the next slide is the ratios and multipliers, which really goes back to our equalization function. After studying the market, we put all of this information together, and this grid is the result of our studies. This grid goes to our local unit assessors to tell them how much of an increase, or in this case, this year, some of the units or some of the classes actually had decreases. The industrial class, we had a couple of them that had above 50 ratios, which means they actually needed to lower their values in the industrial class this year. The grid that you're seeing there is the grid that we're used to we developed them in 2025 for the 2026 ratios. So the values that you guys will be voting on in 5-10 minutes here are actually developed right from these ratios and multipliers. We pass this on to the assessors. They change the values to come in line with these ratios and multipliers. And if they do, we recommend to you guys that we equalize as assessed. So one of the things that I want to point out here is that everything, sorry if we could go back one, everything on that grid pertains to assessed value, but we don't pay taxes based on assessed value. We pay taxes based on taxable value. And in 2025, for 2026, the taxable value increases 2.7%. So even if the values were going up, 6, 8, 10%, whatever it was, the taxable value only increases by the 2.7%. In residential, which is of course what pertains to most of us here, residential in 2026 went up 6.1%. And while that is still a healthy increase, that's actually down a good amount from our last couple of years. In 2025, we had a 7.7% increase in residential. And in 2024, we had a 13% increase. So 6% is still a good increase. But one of the other things I'll mention, I don't know if this is good or bad, but this also is influenced by election years, which means the reason it's down isn't because the market is slowing, but because, or maybe the market is slowing, but it was slowing because of an election year, which means next year's values are going to be higher. So I'm going to say kind of bank on that one. Now the awards one. One of the things that I want to point out, we have an excellent staff, and I just want to point out some of the things that our staff have been up to. Chris Vaness and Sean Knoll both received their Certified Assessing Officer certification. This is a year-long program, and there's a lot of work that goes into it, so I want to congratulate them on receiving that certification. Jillian Van Velzen, she's one of our part-time staff. She attained her Michigan Certified Assessing Technician certification. That is a not quite as extensive of a program. That's more of an entry-level certification, but still want to congratulate her for getting that. The other thing I want to highlight, the Deputy Director, Josh Morgan, he received the Presidential Citation Award from IAAO for his work on the Experience Credit for Mass Appraisal Task Force. which I think is probably the worst possible name you could give to an award. But it is a really high award. So I want to recognize him for that. He put a lot of work on that committee. And I'll just say, just for a brief summary, it's working with IAAO and all of the states around the nation to accept assessor certification Con Ed hours for appraisal licensure. So in the past, this has been a problem, and him and his task force have worked a lot of hours on making that so. So congratulations to him. And then I won I guess I would say recognized for my service on the standards committee. I received a presidential award on that one again. I serve as chair on the MAED standards committee. I've served on that for a number of years now. It really is a good committee to serve on for influencing property tax administration. So I'm happy to serve on that committee. Is in terms of challenges for our department, I'll say our assessing division challenges pretty much remains the same. Our day-to-day, they do really good work. The challenges for our department, though, is tax tribunal appeals. They just take up a lot of our time and resources. I don't have a solution, right? The appeals come in and much like my predecessor speaking, right? Those appeals just take an awful lot of time. So that certainly is a challenge for us. The difficulty, of course, is that people, once they reach the tax tribunal level, tend not to appeal their value. They're appealing their tax bill, right? So they don't come in and say, my value is wrong, which is what they're supposed to appeal. They're coming in saying, I pay $3,000 a year in taxes, but I only want to pay $2,000. How do we work backwards to get down to that $2,000 level, right? It's just a challenge because we, of course, can't appeal that bill. We work on value. So that certainly is a challenge for us. On the equalization side, one of the challenges, as Bob DeVries mentioned, there are a lot of bills put forward right now, both by the Republicans and the Democrats. And we like to, I'll say, stay on top of those. We don't really take positions on it, or at least as equalization director, I'm an apolitical position. So I don't really take a position on it, but I like to speak to those issues to say, what is the effects if we implement this, right? You're intending to accomplish this, but if you do this, does it accomplish that objective? And unfortunately, oftentimes what seems like a great idea, if you understand the property tax system, it ends up being a really bad idea. So that's just kind of some of the things that we work through. And that is where I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you very much for your time. Do you have any questions for me? Or if you have questions that you want to wait till later, you're always welcome to email me.
All right, we will do that, Brian. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
excellent. Thank you for your time.
I will say, I do believe you're going to be visiting my house as a part of that assessment.
Probably
this year.
so.
I think
Yep.
someone is, so see you then. Coffee will be on. All right, I think the next two items on our agenda, and Patrick may have to assist me with this, just statutorily, or Ron. Oh, hi, Patrick. Well, we just have a note here that we need to receive the equalization report, which was just given, and we also need to receive the Land Bank Authority annual report, which are both in your packets. So thank you, Patrick. You're good. All right, we're going to move on to item 5 here on our agenda, public comment. If anyone has come prepared to make a comment today, you are most welcome to do so. Please come up to the podium. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, and please identify yourself by name and voting jurisdiction. If
Mr.
you are
Chair,
able.
can I interrupt you a minute?
Oh, yeah.
Just point of clarification, just a reminder maybe to those coming to make public comment that if they're wanting to make a comment related to parks or CMH, that there's going to be a hearing set for just
thank you.
those comments, correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes. Regarding CMH and regarding the Parks millage, if you'd like to wait to give your comments on those 2 items, there will be another opportunity during the meeting to do so. You are also welcome to comment now if you prefer. All right. Would anyone like to comment today? Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tom Niebuhr from Coopersville. I am a health inspector for Ottawa County Department of Public Health, as well as chapter chair of Ask Me Local 43501. I'm here to give another perspective on the wage study. Obviously, I would like you to reconsider preventing the union employees from benefiting from the wage study immediately. You can offer the wage study increases to union employees at any time. The unions will call a vote from our members, and they will decide if they approve it or not. This allows for a democratic workplace and gives the wage study extra validity if it is passed. Not providing this option is the same tactic used by Ottawa Impact when they ran the board previously in order to gain leverage in negotiations. That said, there are major flaws with the wage study. First and most obvious, most grade 2 increases, most grade increases of 2 or more are managerial positions, admin assistants, fiscal, and treasurer. These services are clearly favored in the wage study, as any significant grade increase was the best outcome for any county employee. I'm sure they are all well deserved, but the distribution of these shows clear favoritism. Second, the steep wage increase or the step wage increases only apply after 4 years, and before that, employees are actually paid less. This essentially red circles new employees to benefit the long-term employees. Any union group that would accept this as part of a wage study is hurting itself. Public sector unions live and die by being able to show new hires that union membership is good for everyone. If you wish to reward longevity, that is admirable, but doing so at the expense of new hires across the entirety of the county is not a good idea. Lastly, there is an existing issue that this wage study does not address. There is a massive wage gap between lower earners and higher earners at the health department. Simply put, and I'm not making this up, there are no union employees in grades 6 or 7 of the grades on the wage increases. This creates unnecessary friction between the lower paid and higher paid employees. This, mixed with the fact that new employees are having their wages lowered instead of raised, creates a vicious cycle that is a clear attack at the union's ability to recruit and bargain. This wage study asks the union to sell out the young and the new for the experienced and the secure. This is exactly what we at the Health Department Union have come to expect from the county ever since Ottawa Impact took over. However, I don't necessarily believe this board is the same as the previous. Negotiations this year were much smoother than the previous one, and your rhetoric has changed significantly. If this board of commissioners is truly interested in the quality of life of union employees, then this board will listen to them. And since it is illegal for the county to directly bargain with individual employees covered by the CBA, according to the National Labor Relations Board, this includes the grade increases. Allow me to give you Local 435's position. Every position at the health department that is grade 5 or below should get a 2-grade increase. They are vastly underpaid and desperately needed. No Ottawa County Department of Public Health employee would jump any other because, again, there are no union public health employees at grade 6 or 7.
All right, Mr. Niebuhr, your time has expired, but thank you.
I would like to request to finish. I got like 10 seconds more.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Be quick, please.
If you're thinking that this was out of line to do in public, I agree. That is why I made a special meeting request on April 16, but HR only gave us dates after this wage study. I did not need to do this. It's tulip time. We are very busy on the food team right now. We could have let things play out and then reacted. Instead, we're trying to be proactive. I believe communication leads to understanding, and I think this board, having this information will better allow you to make a decision on the wage study.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, would anyone else care to approach? And I apologize, usually when the 3-minute alarm goes off, there's a little music that goes with it. So Mr. Niebuhr didn't get the benefit of that. All right. All right. Thank you, sir. If you'd state your name and jurisdiction for voting or reason.
Yeah, my name's Ken Skur, and I'm an investigator with the Ottawa County Friend of the Court, Vice President of the Friend of the Court Employees Association, also known as our union. I've worked for the county since 2012. I wanted to raise 2 issues that I believe are in existence with the 2025 wage study and how it's about to be rolled out. I apologize for bringing these issues to you at the last minute, but the union employees did not know how that was going to be implemented until it was in committee 2 weeks ago. In 2020, I'll also say I was last in this room, an anonymous individual that I had taken support action against nominated me to receive the quarterly customer service award. They stated that I had taken the time to communicate with them clearly, treated them with respect, and left them feeling like an equal, not just a case file or number. But the truth is, that is how most of my office works and tries to treat the public every day, drawing on the experience of our collective years of service to serve the public equally and with transparency. The issue we find with proposal one is with the proposal of how the wage study is going to be implemented is equality. As it reads, union employees would remain on the outdated wage scale and placement system for an additional 8 months or after the next collective bargaining agreement is finished. During this time, union employees will be paid less, despite having the same job titles as others in non-union positions in other departments. Worse, veteran employees who have experience in positions about to receive grade increases will not only not move to the new scale, but they will not be able to move up on their anniversary dates in 2026. This penalizes both union positions and the most experienced employees that we have. We ask the universal wage scale that was developed by Baker Tilly to be made effective on the same date for everyone. We're confident the union would vote to adopt it with a one-page letter of understanding as we've done in the past, and this has not been cause to reopen negotiations early. I ask for equal treatment for all union positions and the same respect for the individuals serving in public in those positions as their non-union counterparts are going to receive. In the name of transparency, I'd also like to point out that the full wage study has not been released. As an investigator, for example, I don't know what positions I was compared to in other counties. I don't know what their job descriptions are. And I don't know how my job duties were scored in this wage study. Providing access to the full study has historically allowed employees to better understand the process, their grading, and to clarify job descriptions when necessary. Failing to provide the full report creates another transparency issue that we in the court feel. We're familiar with creating accurate findings and calculations that are made known to affected case participants, and ask for equal treatment in this respect with the wage study that's about to affect us. In closing, I thank everyone for their participation in the study. It's been a process. It's continued through several leadership changes. We simply ask for the establishment of a universal county wage scale rather than maintaining two separate systems for the next 8 months, and for the opportunity to see our grades in the full report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. It's almost as if you timed that. Bravo.
Good morning. Greg Coyle, Spring Lake resident and CEO of the Tri-Cities Family YMCA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for an opportunity to speak a bit early on the CMH millage. I wanted to identify the wise support, and specifically, I'm speaking on behalf of our Board of Directors to support the millage for CMH. As a recent mental health millage provider, we have seen firsthand the impact of the mental health millage in our county and with our residents. We are in support of the renewal at its current rate for the additional 10 years because we think the impact to county residents is significant. As a social rec provider, the impact between physical, social, and emotional well-being, being able to utilize facilities such as the Y, it has literature backed up, evidence-based backup that's off the charts. Bringing in social well-being combats loneliness amongst other illnesses that are wide rampant in our communities today. The Y is grateful to have been a provider over this past year and looks forward to being able to serve Ottawa County residents in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. Is there anyone else? Come on up. Oh.
Hi, my name is Jenny White and I'm a Holland resident. I serve as the Executive Director of Velo Kids, a nonprofit organization here in Ottawa County focused on getting kids outside and on bikes. My husband and I also run a small business here in Ottawa County, so we care deeply about this community, not just through our work, but also as small business owners and as parents. I'm here today to express my strong support of the Ottawa County Parks and the open space millage. At Velo Kids, we work with thousands of children each year across Ottawa County. In 2025 alone, our 60 coaches biked with more than 4,000 kids through partnerships with school districts like Grand Haven Public Schools, Holland Public Schools, West Ottawa, and Zeeland. But our programs don't exist in a vacuum. They depend on safe, accessible, and well-maintained public spaces. Ottawa County Parks are that foundation. They are where children learn to ride bikes, where students build confidence beyond the classroom, and where families connect outside and away from screens. For many kids we serve, especially those without easy access to outdoor recreation, these parks aren't just nice to have, they are essential. We absolutely love the rides that we get to do with the Ottawa County Juvenile Court kids. Just last week, I was in Bentonville, Arkansas with a group of West Michigan leaders studying the impact of trails, parks, and bike infrastructure. What we saw was powerful. Their investment was not only improved health and community connection, it also has driven economic growth, supporting small businesses, attracting visitors, and creating a vibrant place people want to live and to work. That same opportunity exists here. Parks strengthen our community, support local businesses, and help make Ottawa County a place where families and organizations like ours can thrive. As you consider the millage renewal and proposed increase, I encourage you to think about the long-term impact. Investing in parks is investing in people. It's investing in our kids, and it's investing in the future of Ottawa County. Thank you for your time and your commitment to this community.
Thank you, Ms. White. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Becca Larson. I'm live in Grand Haven and I go to the Y for team.
The social rec program.
CMH.
It's a mouthful.
And why are you here today?
I am here to get voted that I can keep going to the Y and stuff.
That membership, she has been able to go to the Y. She can't afford it. And she lives at Gracious Grounds. And so she got a flyer and went. And she has really come, I'm her mother, Tricia, and she has really come out of her shell, the independence. She's never wanted to do anything alone. And so I know that this has been very important and that you're considering this on the ballot, but it really is important. This membership ends in September. And if it could get on that ballot in August instead of November, she has lost 17, 18 pounds. Her last doctor's appointment, what happened?
I'm off my blood pressure medicine.
She's enjoyed a couple friends to join her as well. So her independence, her socialization and everything has just been unending. I'm sorry. The biggest thing is that she has been so much more social and it's really become her second home. She spends more time there than our house or at work and than at home in her apartment. So I just feel like if that membership ends September 30th, I believe, and it doesn't get on that ballot till November, she's going to lose 3 and 4 months of routine and endurance. And when you started swimming, how many laps did you do?
15.
How many are you doing now?
50 or 60.
So if we lose 3 months for these individuals, they're going to lose a lot of social and a lot of endurance that they've acquired. And I just feel like if there's any way that can get on that August ballot, I think it's just going to be monumental for her and so many others. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Becca, and thank you, Becca's mom.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Sarah Lewakowski, Executive Director of Mosaic Counseling and resident of Spring Lake. I apologize, I'm not able to stay for the second public comment. I would like to express to you my support for putting the mental health millage renewal on the August ballot. Mosaic has been very, very grateful for receiving funding from the mental health millage that helps us with providing professional counseling for people who are uninsured in our county, for a collaboration that we have with the Tri-Cities Family YMCA, also suicide prevention and support groups. So speaking on behalf now of Mosaic, we provide accessible, affordable counseling to anyone who lives or works or goes to school or worships in Ottawa County. And that means that anyone who can't afford counseling we are there for them. We have a panel now of almost 300 therapists who are able to provide that support with no wait list. We also provide in-school counseling that's free with parental consent in Spring Lake, in Grand Haven, and West Ottawa, and Holland, and now Saugatuck Public Schools, and also West Michigan Academy of Arts and Academics. Also, free QPR suicide prevention, as I mentioned, support groups, and that collaboration with the YMCA has been really incredible. We've had a therapist embedded there, and so they're there for 5 hours a week. And then also we assist with the summer camp for the children who have big emotions during camp. And having professional therapists who are there to assist has been really remarkable. So I'm talking all these words, but they represent people. They represent children and adults and couples and families in our county, and really depend on what the mental health millage has been able to do for our county. It's such a ripple effect, and it affects so many other things. So I appreciate your consideration. It would be wonderful for this to be on the August ballot, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Morning, my name is Elizabeth Brubaker. I live in Holland Township. And I'd like to comment on the proposed 2 new well permits for the Consumers Energy J.H. Campbell plant. Coal ash has been found to contain arsenic, lead, and mercury, as well as other materials that are known carcinogens and biological disruptors. A quick search for coal plants that have contaminated groundwater will reveal that this is not a theoretical concern. After high levels of toxins were found in some residential wells near the Campbell plant in 2019, Consumers Energy released the following: "Safety is Consumer Energy's top priority. Nothing is more important than protecting our neighbors, employees, customers, and the planet we all cherish. We're working hard to safely handle, store, and dispose of coal combustion residuals, commonly known as coal ash." Disposing of leachate from coal ash storage ponds in wells within 2 miles of one of the largest sources of fresh water in the world doesn't seem in line with that statement, nor does pushing that plan through without a public hearing. It's not as if Michigan doesn't know the danger of toxic levels of dangerous chemicals entering our waterways. Every person in this room knows the value of Lake Michigan, the value of fresh water, the value of recreation, the value of fishing in the lake, and the value of people from all over the world coming to the shores of West Michigan to discover the value of the lake for themselves. More studies must be done before these wells are approved. Our water is worth protecting. I ask this Board of Commissioners to formally request a delay in any permits for these wells, and that this board also requests specific studies into the safety of this means of leachate disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brubaker. Anyone else? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Amanda Jonas. I'm in Grand Haven. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the next public comment. I apologize, I have to leave, but I wanted to speak in support of placing the community mental health millage on the August 4th ballot to continue funding those programs at the same rate. I don't think the importance of funding mental health programs can be overstated, given so many of the struggles that we're seeing in children, adults, seniors with mental health. I've worked as a social worker, clinical social worker for the last 14 years in both community mental health in Muskegon County and also in emergency departments in hospitals in Ottawa County. And I've seen that firsthand. As I think the director of Mosaic Counseling said, it comes down to people. We can cite statistics of increasing suicide rates. It's the second largest killer of adolescents in our country, which is pretty shocking. But it comes down to people. And a lot of times in the emergency room, the difference between being able to create a plan for a person to leave the emergency room versus going to a psychiatric hospital, which is a huge disruption in their lives, is do they have access to support outpatient mental health treatment? Do they have access to support people and community connection and community mental health services? And programs like the Momentum Center in Grand Haven, where I'm a volunteer, are providing that connection that people need to reduce loneliness, isolation, the things that really contribute to those deadly conditions. So I'm in full support of placing that on the ballot, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you very much.
My name is Peter Bogart. Holland Township is home for me. It's District 4, where we're represented by Commissioner Bonema. And Commissioner, I wanted to say thank you to you for the work you do in working for the welfare of Ottawa County. I'm here, as have others before me, asking that you pass a resolution which calls on the Environmental Protection Agency to hold public hearings before making any decision on Consumers Energy's proposal to drill 2 deep injection wells at the J.H. Campbell Power Plant. I've done as much reading as I can about issues related to deep well drilling and management. I'm not a geologist or a scientist, and unless I miss my guess, neither are any of you. I've been tripping over terminology like toxic plumes, modeling, hazardous, and deep rock formation. I'm willing to trust people who really are experts. My concern is that the public has so far been denied that opportunity. We have yet to hear a comprehensive defense of all the measures necessary to execute this proposal. There are other areas of energy systems management where operators wait for years to get a permit. There may be valid reasons for the formatting of this permitting process, but the perception of haste cannot be avoided. The just trust me, we're experts approach won't pass for transparency. Real experts can explain their work. Real experts value the community as much as the project, and they allow time to address community concerns. Failing to do so damages public trust. I try to avoid TV news these days because I'm tired of the polls which constantly tell me that people are losing their trust in our government. I view this deep well proposal as an opportunity to rebuild some of that trust. You, as a county commission, are in a far better position than any one of us individually to ask the EPA for a better commitment to transparency. I'm asking that you petition the EPA, asking for scheduled public hearings before rendering any decision on this application from Consumers Energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bogart. Is there anyone else?
For fear of being redundant, I'm also here to make the same plea as Mr. Bogart. I'm Peter Everts, and I am a constituent in Mr. Juritzma's district. And I am asking you to consider passing a resolution calling on the EPA to hold public hearings before approving Consumer Energy's request to drill 2 deep injection wells at the Campbell Power Plant. Consumers Energy has argued that they will dispose of what they state as non-hazardous waste, and the wells they propose to drill apparently meet the standards of EPA's Class 1 wells, whatever that means. That's what I read. However, I read also that there are counter arguments being made by hydrogeological experts who are very familiar with the geological structures here in Michigan, who believe that these injections could create pressure underground, possibly creating fractures in a fragile geological structures, and that could create pathways for waste material to eventually enter our drinking water. There's other concerns expressed as well, and that's the one I've chosen to highlight. As our water tables are already lowering in our state and the salinity of our drinking water is on the rise, can we afford to increase the risk of losing access to drinkable water should these wells fail or leak? And what happens when another administration takes over the federal government and rescinds the energy emergencies, promotes cheaper and cleaner renewable energy sources? When the Campbell Power Plant eventually closes, who will be responsible for monitoring the safety and the maintenance of these wells? As it stands right now, Ottawa County residents are being asked to accept a decision-making process without full opportunity for public input. This is not how decisions of this magnitude should be made. People who live, work, and raise families here deserve to understand the risks, ask questions, and have their concerns formally heard before permits are granted. Public hearings are not a barrier, they are a basic safeguard. They ensure transparency, build trust, and ultimately lead to better and more informed decisions. On April 22nd, the Port Sheldon Township Board did the right thing. They requested the EPA.
Mr. Everts, your time is up. If you have a
Sorry.
moment to wrap it up, go for it.
Okay. I would just ask you to join what has been passed by the Port Sheldon Township Board and send a resolution to the EPA asking for a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else?
Hi, my name is Kate Armstrong. I'm a resident of Grand Haven Township and an employee of Ottawa County, currently serving as an investigator with the Ottawa County Friend of the Court and president of the Friend of the Court Employees Association. I stand before you today to respectfully express my concerns regarding the proposed implementation of the wage study and ask the board to reconsider the recommended approach. At issue is the proposed delay in applying the updated wage study to union employees until the completion of collective bargaining, anticipated to occur this fall and take effect in 2027. In contrast, my non-union peers are recommended for immediate placement on the updated wage scale. Whether knowingly or unknowingly, this recommendation has created a growing divide between employees, and I continue to hear consistent concerns from my association regarding fairness, transparency, accountability, resulting in declining morale and diminished trust in county leadership. In recent years, our association members have continued to provide customer service and perform as one of the top Friend of the Courts throughout Michigan, despite repeated administration changes and turnover of HR personnel, all while hoping for a positive, transparent, and equitable outcome of the wage study. Instead, at the April 14th Finance Board meeting, we were informed that the Baker-Tilly study would only be negotiating data going into negotiations. Many Friend of the Court employees remain in the position of needing second jobs on the weekends and evenings despite working full-time in public service, demonstrating the continued gap between compensation and the real cost of living. I myself serve at a local restaurant every weekend, often working 7 days a week to be able to afford the rising costs of daycare, groceries, and raising a family in Ottawa County. My association respectfully requests that the Board of Commissioners reconsider the current approach and instead implement the wage study results for all employees on a consistent timeline. We are not seeking to reopen or accelerate our contract negotiations. Instead, we request that the wage adjustments be implemented through a letter of understanding attached to our current agreement, as has been historically done, allowing for the timely and equitable application of the wage study while preserving our existing agreement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong.
Ian Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. An update on the online petition concerning ethics involving Joe Moss narrative and the board handling of the same. Currently 504 signatures online and 187 paper signed within 2 hours on March 28, 2026. After voting 10-1 not to pursue an ethics inquiry, John Teeple stated, "We have nothing more to learn or gain." There is much more to be learned. Per the May 2, 2025 Memorandum Employment Investigation 2024 Jordan Epperson timeline prepared by Nate Wolf and submitted to Gary Rosema and Ron Franz, it is clear and self-evident the allegations lodged had not been fully vetted and investigation was still ongoing when Joe Moss instructed Nate to terminate the investigation. There exists the possibility of a false bottom. Presuming allegations made by Jordan Epperson were true, then it is only the false narrative of severance terms Joe Moss outlined to the full board in closed session. But if the allegations presented by Jordan were just as false as the severance terms outlined by Mr. Moss, a matter of one hand washing the other. During closed session, Gresham Cosby gave commentary about the release of the Epperson resume, and the only source was HR. Sylvia stated HR was malicious in the leak. All statements building a reason to reward Jordan. Jack Jordan processed FOIA request 2023-008802-143 and legal appeal that released the Epperson resume. Commissioners listened to public comment concerning the heavy 98% redaction. However, during closed session, corporate counsel and commissioners alike had factual amnesia. No one challenged the HR leak narrative. If the material facts surrounding the resume FOIA request can be overlooked, what lesser but equally important material facts were circumvented, overlooked, or simply not given the opportunity for discovery? The definition of malfeasance is applicable on many levels. The material facts of which occurred and the expediency the new board treated the ethics involved as radioactive. Impersonating an attorney to promulgate a $100,000 severance based on false pretenses is no significant matter.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer. Is there anyone else? It's a busy mic today. Come on up.
Busy day. You have a busy docket. Thank you for commissioners. My name is Bruce Greenlee. I live in Park Township. I'm here a little ahead of time from the public hearing to support the increase in parks and open spaces millage. My wife and I are residents of Michigan about 17 years now. We moved from the Western United States, Western Colorado. I've spent many times hiking and visiting national parks. And the first time I came to a county park in Ottawa County, Rosie Mound, I was impressed by the infrastructure there, the steps, and all the infrastructure there, and in especially other parks as well. In the new park and Olive Shores, now not a new park. It's several years old now, but same kind of thing. Ottawa County Parks does not do things poorly. The trails and facilities that have been supported by the public in the scientific survey about a year ago, and then an update in February, support the public's great support for parks. As we all know, things are more expensive, whether it's engineering studies or your meal at Red Robin. Everything is quite a bit more expensive than it was 5 years ago or so. Those engineering studies that get the item Explorers Trail parts stages complete, and all of those things cost significantly more money than they did a few years ago. The millage would help with getting more than just operations done, which is what's going to happen within the next year or so. The staff at the Parks Department do an incredible job in getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund allocated for park operations and land purchases and upgrades. I just thank you for helping consider increasing the millage for the Ottawa County parks and open spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenlee.
Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. When this board took office, you stated that you would be transparent to a fault and that you wanted to increase morale of county employees. But two recent events are painful examples of how much you are still like Ottawa Impact in both of those respects. The first is this insane backroom deal with the Treasurer and Water Resources Commissioner revealed by Doug Van Essen in the Compensation Commission meeting. Patrick Waterman says that these stipends were fully disclosed after the fact to the commission in materials received by them. But in the meeting, Lynn Jansen asked Doug Van Essen what he meant when he said increases for the two were being handled internally. So Lynn seemed unaware of any such materials. Doug had to spell it out for him, adding that they were, and I quote, an internal decision that the Board of Commissioners approved and made. Of course, that's impossible. So is Doug Van Essen openly admitting a massive OMA violation? No one is denying that our Treasurer and Water Resources Commissioner deserve a fair wage. But you don't achieve that by undermining the statutory authority of the Compensation Commission or by approving secret contracts in an apparent violation of OMA. This reeks of the same Ottawa Impact backroom deals that landed cushy parting gifts in the laps of Ben Wetmore and Jordan Epperson. The second issue is the wage study that's on today's agenda. It's interesting that the study has now been pulled from the employee portal. I think you know how flawed it is, and that's why Patrick Waterman wanted broad authority to fix it post-approval. Is that what you're going to do now with all board decisions? Say, hey, it's close enough, we'll just vote yes and fix it later? That's crazy, obviously. The recommendation concentrates wage increases on managers and administrators, with the notable exception of Adeline Hambley. Deja vu, OI, anyone? But it defaulted to the option that excludes unions completely. If you want to demoralize your bread and butter employees, that would be a great way to do it. It seems to me it's easier to give raises across the board than dealing with retroactive pay and individual unions later, but that's just me being pragmatic. And that's not even getting into the confusion and uncertainty this will cause for CMH union employees for obvious reasons. You might want to look up the 2023 decision by the NLRB on Starbucks' attempt to exclude union employees from a wage increase. If that's not enough to make you vote no on this wage study and send it back to be fixed, then at least vote no to show us that you truly care about county employees and it's not all lip service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Detloff. I see movement. We'll hold the mic.
Good morning. I am an Ottawa County employee, Brandy Mitchum, but I took time off this morning to talk as a resident. I am a resident of Holland Charter Township. My husband and I moved here 30 years ago, and as transplants from Iowa, I immediately recognized the value of our parks and open spaces. Over the years, we've spent countless hours mountain biking and hiking in Riley Trails and enjoying the unique landscapes at Pateno Park. We've raised our 4 children here, and we've spent time in our parks. They've become a foundation of some of our most meaningful family experiences. Our children have taken opportunity to take walking field trips at Tunnel Park as part of elementary school, and those have created great memories for our family as well. During 2020 shutdowns, our appreciation of parks deepened even further. It provided our family a safe and accessible way to get outdoors, stay active, and maintain connection. Time reinforced exactly how essential these public spaces are to not just our family, but also to our community. My husband has led Cub Scout and Boy Scout troops in Holland over the last 25 years, regularly utilizing Ottawa County parks. Trails at Riley and Pisgah have developed these boys. Some of their skills have come from spending time in these parks for their high adventure trips, and locations like the Kirk Park Lodge, and Pigeon Creek Campground have created opportunities for them to spend time outdoors with their skill building and earning merit badges. These parks do more than serve just our individuals and our families, but they also are helping our community building young lives. Our family continues to support the parks, and 2 of my adult children have chosen careers rooted in the outdoors because of all the time that they have spent as children thriving in the nature. When I reflect on decades of our value that our family has received, renewing and restoring parks millage is the bare minimum I'm wanting to support. I strongly favor and will encourage others to vote for also the 2.2 mil increase to preserve and enhance the greenways of Ottawa County. As a resident, I deeply value the stewardship and the long-term planning required to maintain these spaces. Nearly 500-page Parks, Recreation, and Open Space plans submitted to the state as part of their grant funding requirements reflects just a portion of the thoughtful, long-range planning undertaken by park staff. Their detailed budgeting and preparation over the last 3 years that I've been part of it have demonstrated diligence, responsibility, and a clear commitment to managing these public spaces wisely. I respect and encourage you to approve the ballot language for both the renewal and restoration of the CMH and Parks millage, along with the proposed increase for Parks in November. With well over 2 million visits a year, the community has clearly demonstrated vital spaces are important to the quality of life. Thank you for your time and for your support and for your continued dedication to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Is there anyone else?
Good morning, Commissioners. Becky Patrick, Allendale. I'm following up on the emails I sent to you regarding statements made at a recent meeting of the Officers' Compensation Commission. As you know, the Officers' Compensation Commission is the only body that has the statutory authority to set salaries for non-judicial elected officials in this county. According to statements your corporate counsel made at that meeting, you, the Board of Commissioners, recently made a, quote, internal decision to increase the salaries of 2 of those elected officials. This was truly a breathtaking statement. So I asked you for an explanation. Commissioners Miedema, Rhodey, and Zylstra responded to my emails. I learned that the 3 of them were unaware of this internal decision. They agreed with me that the Compensation Commission, not the Board of Commissioners, has the authority to set salaries of elected officials. This revelation about an internal decision to increase salaries was especially astonishing because you all were asked to do this very thing at your December 9th Finance Committee meeting. You declined to do so. Yesterday, I rewatched that entire discussion on video. That meeting was characterized by commissioners expressing discomfort at the idea of increasing those salaries because you were concerned about the legality of it. You voted unanimously to table the matter and ask the administrator to collect additional information and bring it back to you at a subsequent meeting. That did not happen. Instead, according to corporate counsel, the salaries were raised, quote, internally, out of public view, in spite of all your high-sounding public statements that you weren't comfortable taking such an action. Let us be clear. The issue is not the amount of money involved. The issue is not whether elected officials should have a salary increase. The issue is purely and simply your obligation to act in the public trust. Acting in the public trust means acting within your authority. It means making decisions as a full board, not by a subset of the board. It means making decisions in public. It means refusing to circumvent your colleagues in state law when they get in the way of an outcome you want. It means respecting the residents of Ottawa County enough to do all of those things. So what is the remedy? At a minimum, you owe the public an explanation, and today would be a good time for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Patrick. Is there anybody else?
Good morning, Karen Ovitz, Spring Lake. On more than one occasion over the past 16 months, I've heard this board state its desire and intent to move forward. I admit I've struggled at times over these past months to understand exactly what you mean by that. So my comment today is a plea that you demonstrate by your words and actions that you understand the need to restore public trust as a critical component of moving forward in a way that acknowledges the broader community beyond your own board. Because I stand here before you today to express the dismay I felt when I watched the recent Ottawa County Compensation Commission meeting and struggled to make sense of the explanation Mr. Van Essen offered the members of that commission as to how the county had dealt internally to resolve the compensation difference for the county treasurer and water commissioner that resulted from the work of the last compensation commission. And while the email pertinent to this matter, which Mr. Waterman sent to this board upon the request of Chair Brugger, does offer helpful background and a more detailed summary of actions taken to address the compensation issue in question, it does little to restore my trust that this board is committed to good process, the kind of transparent good governance process that instills and restores public trust. And as for what moving forward might mean to our county staff, I would also like to encourage you, as others have done before me, to consider carefully the agenda item related to the need to approve the classification and compensation study as recommended. Specifically, I'm concerned about the impact of the exclusion of our union employees from this wage study. My concerns are even greater in terms of the potential impact of that decision as it relates to our CMH employees, who, as you well know, are also facing job-related uncertainties due to the ongoing transition to an authority. So I ask that you carefully consider whether further review is warranted. And finally, as both Mr. Evers and Mr. Bogert stated in their public comments here this morning, I agree that this board would do well to pass a resolution asking the EPA hold a public hearing related to the 2 deep injection wells for which Consumers Energy is seeking a permit. In doing so, you will demonstrate your commitment to building public trust in yet another area of public concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Obitz. Is there anyone else? Is there anybody online?
Yes, there are 2.
2 online, all right.
Kimberly Wittenmeyer. You can unmute and you have 3 minutes if you could say your jurisdiction.
My name is Kimberly Wittenmeyer. I'm the executive director.
Ms. Whitmire, are you there?
What? Are you there? Hello?
All right,
Can
let's
you
move
hear
on
us?
to the next one.
Daniel Bechtel.
Hello, can you hear me?
I wonder if we're having technical difficulties that we're not. Might be. All right, Ms. Bechtel and Ms. Whitmire, if you are listening, give us 60 seconds. If we can resolve this, we will. Otherwise, we'll have another opportunity to speak at the end of the meeting or call into the audience, from the audience. Yeah, staff is shaking their head that 60 seconds probably isn't going to do it.
I wonder if we went on and take a short recess a minute.
I will have them comment at the end. Yeah, thanks. Okay. All right, staff has indicated that we'll have to do this at the end. We'll work on that during the meeting. So if Ms. Whitmire and Mr. Bechtel are listening, please stay tuned and call in at the end of the meeting. We'll be happy to take your comments. All right, and with that, we will close the public comment section of our meeting, and we will move on to, one moment.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Motion to approve the agenda. We've got a motion. Is there a second? Support.
Mr. Chair?
Motion and support, and Ms. Miedema.
As I sent an email to you yesterday, I'd like to make a motion to add a discussion item on the Water Resource Commissioner and the County Treasurer being paid additional compensation.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Got support from, was that Commissioner Wenzel? All right. Any further comments? Okay, let's take a vote. If you would do roll call, Ms. Sanchez, that would be great.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
No.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema.
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma.
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
No.
Mr. Bruger.
No.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Let's add that as item under additional business discussion on Consumers Deep Well report by County Minister. Let's slide that in under A. Call it B, discussion, RE, making this note for me, compensation of elected officials. Is that good?
I'm sorry, where's that going?
So under item 11, additional business,
Oh, okay.
discussion on consumers' energy wells, and B will be discussion regarding consumers' compensation, or excuse me, consumers' compensation. Elected officials' compensation. All right, anything else? Okay.
Sorry. Nope, you're good.
Okay, all right. We've got a motion on the table to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, sorry, guys. Got a lot on this one here. All right, so item number 7, the consent resolutions. The suggested motion is to approve the consent resolutions as presented.
So moved.
Or,
Moved in support. Any discussion?
so, sorry.
Yeah.
Letter H, we could remove that, please.
A request for a letter H to be removed to an action item. That is the classification and compensation study. And we will put that as item G. To be the next one in sequence there under, it's a 3-page agenda, under section 8. So item G will become classification and compensation study. If I can read my handwriting later, it'll be a miracle. I'm sure Rachel will be able to assist. All right, with that, all in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
We're on the
Excuse me, consent agenda. Apologies. Yeah, let's do that again. All in favor of approving the consent agenda as amended?
Mr. Chair, could I request a roll call, please?
Yeah, sure can.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, thank you. Item 8, agenda and action requests. First up is a public hearing regarding the CMH millage and parks and open space. The suggested motion is to open the public hearing to receive comments on the proposed CMH millage and parks and open space millage. Would anyone care to?
Support.
Motion by Joritsma, second by Moss. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, so at this time, if anyone who didn't already comment would like to approach the board to comment regarding the CMH millage and the Parks millage, now is the time. Please state your name, voting jurisdiction if you know it, and keep your comments to about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Bob Davis, Georgetown Township. I'm simply here to ask this board to place the mental health millage renewal on the August 4th ballot and to make the case for why Ottawa County voters have earned the chance to say yes again. 10 years ago, the voters of this county made a commitment. They said that mental health services matter, that their neighbors deserve access to care, and that this community was willing to invest in that vision. I'm here to tell you that that investment has paid dividends. Over the past decade, millage funding has allowed Ottawa County Community Mental Health to expand access to services for thousands of residents, children, adults, seniors, and people with developmental disabilities who might otherwise have gone without care. It has supported crisis intervention, outpatient therapy, substance use treatment, and community-based programs that help people live stable, productive lives, and people connected to their families, their jobs, and their communities. These are not abstract ideas or outcomes. These are real people. You've heard some of them earlier today. They are our neighbors and our families who received help because Ottawa County chose to fund it. That is something worth renewing and actually to be proud of. A renewal millage is exactly what it sounds like, a continuation of something that is already working. It doesn't create a new tax burden. It asks voters whether they want to maintain the progress that they have already made. Given the track record of the past 10 years, I believe the answer would be a resounding yes, but only if this board gives them the opportunity to vote. Placing this on the August 4th ballot is the efficient and responsible path. The deadline is approaching, and the work of certifying ballot language needs to happen now. I want to thank the board for the support you have shown for community mental health over the years. The renewal is an opportunity to build on that legacy, to signal to residents, to providers, and to the people who depend on these services that Ottawa County remains committed to the work of serving our most vulnerable. And since I have a minute left, a quick shout out to the parks. Good parks help improve mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And just a clarification, if anybody who spoke earlier would like to speak again to add an exclamation point to your comments, you are most welcome to approach as well. Anyone else?
Almost took out Barb on my way up here. Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. I am going to add my voice to the support for putting the CMH millage on the August ballot. Until the woman spoke earlier about her experience with the Y, it really had not occurred to me of that kind of tangible benefit to having that millage approved earlier rather than later. So I really encourage you to do that. As far as parks go, when we moved here 5 years ago for my husband's job, the parks were a huge attraction in coming here. Not that I had a whole lot of choice of where we were moving to, but the parks made it extremely attractive. When we lived on the east side, I had to drive 20 minutes at a minimum to a nice park that had a place for kayaking and hiking. And now I can practically walk out my back door and get the same thing. So I am fully in support of the parks renewal and increase personally. I do understand that these are very difficult times financially for a lot of people. Gas prices are approaching $5 a gallon, as you all know. So I do understand that there might be some hesitancy about the increase, but I personally support both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Detloff. Is there anyone else who would like to talk about parks or the CMH millage?
Hello, everybody. My name is Kelly Ruffing. I'm from Robinson Township. So I just want to also, I don't know, it's hard to think of what to say that our CEO or Becca didn't already say, but I work at the YMCA and we've been implementing a social rec program under the millage since last May, so almost a year. And it has been so eye-opening for us. Our mission is really to reach more of the vulnerable populations that don't just come in for a swim in a gym. And this has given us the opportunity to do that. It's been an absolute joy. And I believe it's brought people out of the woodwork, people with substance use disorder, developmental disabilities, and mental health challenges. The Y is so welcoming to all, and I feel like it's really helping to destigmatize people that might not otherwise qualify for mental health services or access them just of their own free will, have told me, especially with the substance use and the mental health members, they are thrilled to be able to just walk into the Y and reap the benefits of improved physical health and how that's impacted their mental health and how they can do programs with their families and how it's strengthened their relationships with their friends, and they've made new friends. And our staff have just been really enjoying the program as well. So I encourage you to put it on the August ballot to reduce the likelihood of any kind of interruption of services, and to say thank you for allowing me to speak. And
Dave Grandhaven and everybody else. Dave Grandhaven and everybody else. We would like you to put the Momentum Center on the ballot for August. They do a lot for us. We go places, and if the millage doesn't pass, then we wouldn't be able to go. I finally decided to go to Momentum because, I decided to go to Momentum Center to get out of my apartment because I'm not really a social person. I like to stay home, and I'm just real quiet. Thank you for everything, Emmett.
Right, thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, hello. Glad to be here this morning. My name is Caleb Higgins, and I reside in Holland Township, and therefore I'm a member of the Holland Momentum Center. And I am here this morning to show my support for the renewal of the mental health millage and to support it being placed on the August ballot. One program that receives mental health millage funding is the Momentum Center. So I'm certainly grateful for the Momentum Center for the fact that it's a great way for me to spend time because a lot of people like myself may be disabled and not able to work and single at the time. So the Momentum Center really helps me and others like myself deal with the boredom and loneliness. And I'd also like to add that the Momentum Center is some very interesting activities, which I think are very educational and almost comparable to the extracurricular activities in the schools. It's also a very great way to socialize with a lot of people and learn a great deal of skills, like it's taught me how to be a lot better cook. The Momentum Center also provides opportunities for us to keep up on our good health. They do some offering of activities like walking outside, especially when the weather is good, or during what we call our open gym time at the church that we meet in now. And I would actually believe I'd be lost without the Momentum Center. So I heartily hope that you vote to add to the renewal to the August ballot and renew the mental health millage so that others and I can continue to grow and keep it operating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Hi, Gwen Foss from Spring Lake, Ferrisburg. And I was not intending to make a comment, but I work for University of Michigan Health. And I just think it's ironic that I got an email that came in just a few minutes ago that says May is Mental Health Month and encourages everybody to get involved. It talked about different webinars and symposiums about AI and mental health risks, maternal mental health, addiction services, different drug agents, breakthroughs for bipolar disorder, and supporting kids at every age. So I just thought it made sense to also put my word in for supporting community mental health.
Thank you, Ms. Voss. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
My name is Elizabeth Brubaker from Holland Township. I've lived in Holland Township for 30 years. When my children were young, we spent a lot of our summer at the parks and took part in some of the programming. We even started an annual tradition of taking a hike to Rosie Mound on Labor Day, which we still do. My husband and I continue to enjoy walks in Ottawa County parks, and we also enjoy programming, especially the birding programs. In fact, we enjoyed the yearly program to see the eagle's nest at the Grand Ravines just this past weekend. We also continue to enjoy exploring the steady expansion of the county parks and trails. And it's hard to believe we get to enjoy the beauty of these parks and actively enjoy making use of them, all for only an average of about $66 a year per household. With the proposal to increase the millage by 0.2 mils, or an average about $40 a year per household, to fund further expansions and renovations, we still come out at a total of less than $10 a month for an incredible park system. I don't have hard data about how much this county park system adds to the value of my home, but I feel confident it's more than $110 a year. I'm fully in support of the renewal of the existing 0.33 mils, as well as the proposed 0.2 mils for parks and open space. And I urge you to vote yes to adopt the resolution approving the ballot language. I also urge you to vote in favor of the community mental health millage. Hearing these stories today reminds me of how much work goes on in the background to make sure that so many people in Ottawa County get to live the life that makes it a quality life for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brubaker. Come on up.
My name is Katie Oswald, and I live in the city of Holland. I'm here as someone who really needs a place like Momentum Center. When people hear mental health millage, I think many who don't know what it funds assume it's simply a tax increase. To me, it's a reminder of how far I come from a season when I wasn't sure how I was going to get through, when even small steps forward took everything I had. Before I found the Momentum Center, I was in a really dark place. I felt alone all the time, even when I was around people. I was dealing with suicidal thoughts, and it felt like I was trapped in my own mind with no way out. I heard about Momentum Center after being discharged from Holland Hospital. They told me it could be a resource in the community to support my mental health. The Momentum Center welcomed me into a space where I didn't have to pretend I was okay. I could come exactly as I was. It's a place where I'm not too much, not a burden, and not a problem that needs fixing. The Momentum Center gave me what I didn't realize I was aching for, a place where I could simply exist, take up space without apology. And that changed everything. When you spend your whole life feeling like you have to shrink yourself, stay quiet, or disappear, being in a place where you're allowed to just be there, fully and without apology, is powerful. It's healing. It can literally keep you going. That's what the mental health millage means to me. It's not just progress, it's survival. It's the small moments that build up into something bigger. It's showing up one day and then finding the strength to come back again. It's going from feeling completely alone to realizing you are a part of something bigger than yourself. I need to say this clearly, the Momentum Center is not the only place doing this work. There are other social recreation programs out there, and they matter just as much. Maybe more than people realize, because not everyone finds connection in the same place. Not everybody needs the same kind of support, but every person deserves a place to go, a place to be in their community where they can choose. These millage-funded programs like the Momentum Center give people a reason to get out of bed. They give people somewhere safe to land when life feels unbearable. They give people connection, which for me helps reduce going into crisis. They give people hope, and that's why it's so important to get the millage on the ballot in August. It is bigger than just the Momentum Center, one program, one story. People deserve a voice, and whether support like this continues, grows, and reaches the people who are barely hanging on. For me, this kind of support has made all the difference, and I know I'm not the only one. Mental health is about more than progress. It's about survival. It's about dignity. It's about being reminded that your life matters, your presence matters, and your future matters. That is why I'm asking you to add the mental health millage to the ballot in August, to give people a place and a voice where they wouldn't normally have one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oswald. Is there anyone else?
Barbara Lee, City of Grand Haven and the Momentum Center. I'm here today, as so many others are, because we want to make something really clear. The community mental health millage is not an abstract policy decision. It is the difference between stability and crisis for thousands of our neighbors. For the past decade, this millage has quietly done exactly what it was designed to do: support people before they reach a breaking point. Every day we see the impact. We see individuals who, because of these services, are not sitting in an emergency room, not cycling through the jail system, but instead are finding connection, purpose, and a path forward. And that matters not just morally, but financially. Because when we invest in mental health early, we reduce the strain on law enforcement, hospitals, and the broader system. But here's the part that's really important to say clearly. This only continues if the millage continues. If it's not renewed, these programs, the ones you've been hearing about throughout this meeting, will be reduced or lost. And the people who rely on them won't disappear. They will simply show up in systems that are more costly and often less effective. So today I'm asking you to do two things. First, vote to place the millage on the August 4th ballot so that the people of Ottawa County can decide whether to continue this investment in their neighbors. And second, I invite you to come and see this work for yourselves. Visit the programs that have been speaking here today. Join the Momentum Center at our annual Prom with a Purpose. Come meet the people whose lives are shaped by these services. Because once you see it up close, it stops being theoretical. It becomes personal. Mental health is a community issue, one that's been chronically underfunded. This community saw that problem and chose to respond with a truly unique community solution. The millage isn't just about funding services. It's about continuing something that this community chose to build together. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to the well-being of this community.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Vonnie Vanderswag, and I'm from Olive Township. I'm also a board member for Community Mental Health. You've already heard a lot about both the services that our millage has been able to fund and the importance of it being on the August ballot. I would just like to add a little bit to this by sharing with you, I was a board member prior to our first millage being passed, and currently I'm a board member as well. I have seen firsthand what a difference it has made. And so I just encourage you to put it on the ballot for August. Additionally, I am currently serving as the chairperson of our Finance Committee. And I just want to also assure you that we look at all of the dollars so carefully as we make determinations and recommendations about how to spend them. Just like all the funding that comes in through Medicaid and other sources, our millage money is looked at through a very close lens. And finally, I want to thank all of you for the work that you do and for the support that you have given in the past for the community mental health services and all of our members of our community who need that service. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. I know there's at least one more.
Rosalie Austin, City of Holland. I'd like to support the mental health millage also, and that mental health not only serves mental health consumers, but also the intellectual developmental disability population that supports my daughter. And I'm thankful and grateful for our community for putting the community in community mental health, because it's priceless. The millage and what it does for our community, neighbors, you can't, it's undervalued that we can, it's the best we can do. Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Rosalie. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
Good morning. Kelly Rice, Crockery Township. Most of you know me as the president of the Ottawa County Parks and Recreation Commission, and I've previously spoken about the amount of work that Parks has done to arrive at the proposed 0.53 mill rate for the upcoming ballot. But I'm here today to talk to you about what parks mean to me. Ottawa County Parks hold a special place in my heart. Although I've lived here for over 20 years, I've also lived all across the country, and I've seen the local park systems across the country or lack thereof. And I can tell you that our Ottawa County parks are truly something special. In addition to the ecological benefits and services they provide, such as clean water, critical wildlife habitat, pollination services, and stormwater management, or the physical benefits of hiking, biking, or running in the beautiful natural communities in open spaces, our parks also provide sometimes more intangible benefits, such as solace, just simple unplugged family time, stress reduction, and healing. I can personally vouch for these benefits as I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2023. The energy I received from the natural world and our parks during my journey was immeasurable. Having the privilege to observe something as simple as a chorus of wood frogs in the vernal pools at Crockery Creek, a carpet of spring wildflowers at Grand Ravines, a downy woodpecker mama popping in and out of her cavity nest tree while I could hear her babies chirping in the background on the Grand Explorers Trail, or maybe something like a native prairie that was flowing like waves in the wind at Upper Makatawa Natural Area. These sometimes provided me with the energy I needed just to simply get through the day. And they still do. My friend, who's also a cancer survivor and thriver, organizes walks for a friend group that I try to attend in our parks every single week. These natural wonders make you realize that you're an integral part of something bigger. And these benefits are something we should be looking to preserve and enhance for our children, grandchildren, and the many generations coming after us. I hope you will all support placement of the Parks Millage on the ballot and allow our residents the opportunity to continue and enhance this legacy. And since I have a bit of time, I do want to give a shout out. I'm very supportive of the community mental health millage as well. So I would like to go on record for saying that. Also, a couple folks contacted me and said they weren't able to attend the public hearing today because there wasn't a designated time. And I just wanted to offer up, it may or may not work, but at the Parks Commission, we have a published time at which the public hearing starts. So we start the meeting at 3, we have the public hearing at 4. So we stop the agenda where we are and just have like a hard time. So people know, especially during the workday, because some people weren't able to take off an indefinite amount of time to be here today. So just wanted to offer that up, but thank you so much for your time and support.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. Is there anyone else? Come on up. Seeing none? No, I'm kidding.
Story of my life.
Gordon.
Good morning. I think it's still morning.
Gordon Gallagher, Spring Lake Township Manager. I promise I'll be brief. Spring Lake Township and Ottawa County Parks Department have a long and productive partnership. We deeply value the access our residents have to high-quality parks, trails, and natural spaces. These assets are not just amenities, they are essential to our residents' quality of life and to the economic vitality of our region. Parks attract visitors, support local business, and make our communities places where people want to live and invest. As our population continues to grow, so does the demand for outdoor recreation, environmental education, and accessible natural areas. Without continued investment, we risk falling behind that demand. Investing in parks is investing in community well-being. Parks are places to learn, to gather, and to spend meaningful time with family. They are also critical to preserving the natural resources that define Ottawa County. We respectfully ask that you support the Parks Department by placing the millage requests on the ballot and supporting their passage. Importantly, millage dollars in Ottawa County are leveraged with state and local grants as well as private donations. This multiplies the return on investment and maximizes the benefit to our residents and taxpayers. So again, please put these on the ballot, but also you have a lot of constituents. Please consider supporting these individually as your constituents listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Time.
Yeah, nicely done. Everybody else did a nice job too, just to put on the record.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Allison Shamblin of Ferrysburg. Many of you know my wonderful husband, Jason Shamblin. I'd like to share a personal story about what the parks mean to our family and why the proposed increase is really important. Over 23 years of marriage, we've moved 3 different times so my husband could further his career in parks. Each move meant new schools, new friends, and starting over for our family. In 2015, we visited West Michigan on a family vacation and fell in love with it, especially Lake Michigan and the dunes. A few years later, in 2019, we moved here for his role with Ottawa County Parks. Our kids were 11, 9, and 8 at the time, and they didn't see it as the dream we did. They saw it as leaving everything they knew. Their question was simple and honest. Why do we have to move to Michigan for Dad's job? We moved to our home a few days before school started, and the kids were just beginning to adjust. And like everyone else, March of 2020 hit and the world shut down. Once again, the kids' question came, why did we move here? So we did what many families did. We went outside. We explored the trails, the beaches, the water, the woods, and all the open spaces. We discovered places like Grand Ravines, Upper Macatawa Natural Area, Ottawa Sands, and East Minville Bayou. And slowly, things began to shift. One evening, my husband took our 2 youngest on a mission to find Virginia bluebells, something common where we used to live, but very rare here. After searching, they finally found them, an entire forest floor covered in blue. They stayed until sunset, exploring, taking photos, and enjoying it all. And on the way back, our daughter looked up and said, I get it now, Dad. I understand why we moved here. So you could work in beautiful places like this. He said, you're close, but we moved here so I could help make sure you could experience places like this. Parks aren't just land. They're where kids discover something bigger than themselves. They're where families reconnect. They're where lifelong memories are made. That is why this continued investment is all about. It's about making sure that those moments are there not just for our family, but for every family in Ottawa County for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nick Smith. I currently serve as the Coordinator of Visitor and Business Services for Ottawa County Parks Department. I took some time off to come down today to share a different perspective about the parks with you all. So I'll do that now. My name is Nick Smith. I have worked in Parks and Recreation since 2007, starting as a seasonal park attendant in a Metro Detroit City Park Department. Since then, I've worked at the city, township, federal, metro park, and county levels, and I hold a degree in Parks Administration from Central Michigan University. And my passion has always been operating and improving park facilities to help people enjoy meaningful experience outdoors and make those special lifelong memories. Through my statewide involvement with the Michigan Recreation and Park Association, as well as the Michigan Association of County Park and Rec Officials, I've had the great opportunity to work with park professionals across Michigan. That perspective has shown me something very important. Ottawa County parks are truly exceptional. And sometimes those of us who work in them or live around them all the time don't fully realize how special they are. For roughly 30 years, Ottawa County residents have invested in parks, and that investment has helped create a park system in over 7,000 acres, including high-quality parkland, trails, facilities, public access. It has also helped build a professional organization that is respected across the state. Before coming to Ottawa County, I spent 8.5 years as the Parks and Recreation Director for Newaygo County, where I had a very successful career managing 4 campgrounds, multiple day use parks, and helped oversee the construction and development of Michigan's Dragon of Hardy Dam, 47-mile multi-use trail that draws people from all over the country. Through that involvement, I saw firsthand how parks support tourism, local businesses, and community pride. I also saw what happens when park systems do not receive the same level of public investment. Newaygo County Parks does not receive investment from the county itself or from a millage. It is all self-funded. And because of that, our focus was on amenities and things that generate revenue and not necessarily serve the public in all the areas we probably should. So that experience strengthened my belief that parks must be fiscally responsible, but they also must remain focused on public service. Parks should serve families, seniors, children, visitors, people with disabilities, and residents of all income levels. This is one of the reasons I came to Ottawa County. I saw a community that values their parks, invests in them, and understands that parks are a part of the quality of life and make people want to live here, visit here, and return here. Ottawa County Parks has done an excellent job using local investment to leverage grants, helping the public's dollars go further and making major projects possible. Ottawa County has something truly special. It did not happen by accident. It happened by residents, leaders, staff, and partners believe parks are worth investing in. My hope is that we will continue to recognize, protect, and responsibly invest in that legacy for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Wow, that may be a little different tune there.
New music.
All right, is there anyone else? This has been great. All right, I understand we have an online comment, and we've got 2, and we're going to try this again. If it doesn't work this time, because this is the only opportunity to speak, we will take a brief recess to make sure that they have the opportunity. So go ahead, who have we got?
Kimberly?
Hello.
Oh,
Yep, go ahead if you could just
Hey,
put
it's
your
working all right.
jurisdiction.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Wittenmeyer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Holland Drop-In Center. And we, as my members and I, are encouraging you to vote for the mental health millage on the August ballot. We are 100% millage funded. So without this millage, we would cease to exist. We are also peer run, meaning we have been down the road that some of our members have, which allows us to better support them. Some of the things that my members would like me to share with you is that they've had the opportunity to serve on the board and have personally witnessed many success stories of others receiving services here. Without the drop-in, their recovery would not be in the place it would be today. We need each other to be there for each other because it takes a team to succeed. And I've often heard from members how it has kept them out of the hospital. Having a space to come where they truly are stigma-free and a safe place to be is crucial. We meet people where they are, and we allow many opportunities for them to participate in various activities. It keeps their minds strong. It builds character, which helps them overcome their illness. Many of our members like to come multiple times a week, a few every day. We are in need of better and more mental health opportunities to support our community. As many of you already know, our mental health is at an all-time high in terms of crisis, and we don't have enough resources to reach everyone for everything. And so our space allows people to come in, have a place to come where they're welcome and accepted. Some people who have been in recovery for a while have clinicians and etc. to help them in their journey of recovery. But the drop-in is a non-clinical place for them to come. And many times it's the first person that they meet to hear their story. And we value people's voices here. We believe everyone's voice is worthy of being heard as well as their story. And sometimes it's a matter of just sitting with someone and not saying anything. And other times it's just listening. And so we just want to thank you for your time and your consideration in hearing from us. And we just appreciate the time you have given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitmire. All right, and I believe we have someone else online.
The other person put their hand down, so I think we're all set.
Well said. They put their hand down. All right. We got it. Okay, thank you. I would at this time entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Moss, supported by Kyers, we'll say. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion carries.
Motion to take a short recess.
Got a motion for a recess. Is there a second? Well,
Or
I suggest 5 minutes,
about 10?
10 minutes?
Great.
With a negotiation, sounds great. All those in favor of a 10-minute break, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye. Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Moving on, man.
Move it on.
I'd rather keep moving than take a half-hour break in 45 minutes.
Reset? But now it's off the network, so I can't reset it.
Work don't they end it?
All right. Boy, could someone close the door to the back?
Please.
Please? Anyone?
And I answered a couple of.
Patrick, you got that?
This morning I wrote emails.
Welcome them in if they'd like to come in, but.
Back there.
All right, and we will call the meeting back to order. The April 30th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting is now back in session. Item B on our agenda is the CMH and Parks and Open Space ballot language. This will be a roll call vote. Suggested motion is to adopt the resolution approving the ballot language to place the renewal and the restoration of the 10-year 0.30 mil dedicated millage for community mental health on the August 4, 2026 ballot. The renewal and restoration of the 10-year 0.33 mil dedicated millage for the parks and open space on August 4, 2026 ballot. And placing the 10-year 0.20 mil increase dedicated millage for the parks and open space on the November 3, 2026 ballot. Would anyone care to make that motion?
I would make that motion. Or
Motion by Kyers, and I think I had Joritsma as the support. We will open up for discussion. I think just protocol wise, Commissioner Kyers, I don't know if you were prepared, but making the motion, you are welcome to start off.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, I'd like to support of this. I think the parks did a really good job, starting off with the 0.53. And I know there was not agreement with that. So what we did was separate them, and Jason did a really good job of separating discussion with our work sessions and came at a really good solution here that we would give the voters the chance to have the say in November. And I know there were some concerns about having it all in November, and I think we split it both ways, which is a compromise also. So I'll be in favor of this motion.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Kyers. Anyone else? I think I saw Joe earlier. Go ahead, Joe.
yeah, thank you. I'll just start by echoing some of what Commissioner Kyers just said. I know that there has been some discussion and maybe a little bit of concern about putting a 0.53 in August. So I appreciate the change. I believe that there's strong support for the 2 August millages that are in this motion. And I think most of the discussion that might happen today is probably about the increase. So what I would like to do is make a motion to divide this question and have the first vote on the 2 renewals and a second vote on the increase.
Would you take a friendly amendment to having it divided 3 ways?
I would be happy to divide it 3 ways.
I would support that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to divide item B into 3 separate motions. I'm going to say one regarding the community mental health millage with the 0.3 mils, one vote regarding the 10-year 0.33 mil for parks and open space, and an additional one for the 0.2 mil increase for parks and open space. I articulated that about right?
Yes.
All right, and we've got a second by Commissioner Minema. We'll open for discussion. Commissioner Moss.
Yep, I believe that if we move forward with this now, that we could probably immediately handle the first 2. And I think that would be very good for CMH. I think it'd be very good for parks.
Okay, anyone else? Commissioner Rhodey.
On that particular motion, I would say that I agree with it because I think that we may have, pretty universal support or large support on these 2 items. And by putting them all together, I think you might not obtain a full, a unanimous vote on some of these things. And so where we have agreement, I think it's good to be able to demonstrate that to the community. I know I will not be able to vote yes on each of these, but I don't want to have to vote no on all of them by them being combined.
Thank you. Commissioner Teeples.
I agree. I have no problem splitting this. I think the public also has a right to hear the positions of each commissioner on each one of these issues.
Anyone else? Commissioner Minema.
I echo exactly what Commissioner Teeples just said.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Barry? You leaned.
I personally like the putting this together. I think the 2 renewals going together. I think for the benefit of voters to see that those two issues being renewed and pushing the increase into the November ballot, I think is a little easier to understand for voters. I'm comfortable with the language in the proposal as presented. However, I would like to get as close to a unanimous vote on these issues as we possibly can. And if we have to break this up to get there, well, I guess I'm willing to do that, but.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barry. Anyone else? All right, I'll throw my 2 cents out. I would be in favor of splitting these, putting parks as one and CMH as the second one, but both millages with parks. I think a lot of extra effort went into the compromise that resulted in the 0.3 and the 0.2. And I would hate to see that compromise taken down by people voting against one or the other of those two options. So on the motion on the table, I'll be voting no, but we'll see what happens after that.
Made me
more
think of
comment?
one thing for what you just said, Commissioner Bruegger. One of the reasons I want them to be divided is because I am for sure in support of a couple of them, and I think there's one that I want to have further discussion on, and I do want to show support for sure where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's, might as well do a roll call vote. Rachel, if you'd take the roll.
And this is just to divide, correct?
Correct. The motion
Okay.
the motion on the table is to divide
Mr. Bonema?
into threes.
3, yep.
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma?
No.
Mr. Teeples?
Yes.
Mrs. Medema?
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel?
Yes.
Mr. Barry?
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra?
No.
Mr. Kyers?
Yes.
Mr. Bruegger?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, so we will do these one at a time. May I suggest, boy, do we need to make another motion here, Ron, or how can we clarify this as far as procedure goes?
Well, I think you could just take them in the order that they're in the resolution.
All right, so we'll do the first one on the table, which will be the 0.3 mil dedicated millage for CMH, to place that on the ballot for August 4th, 2026.
So moved.
Support.
All right, we've got do we need a motion and a second on that, Ron? We did that correct? Okay, all right. Sorry, I know I just asked the same question twice. Apologies. Commissioner Kyers motioned and Commissioner Moss seconded it. Commissioner Kyers, one more time, sir.
I think it's pretty obvious this morning with the discussion and what we've got going here in our county and the support we need for the mental health is, it's just a yes vote for me.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Commissioner Moss.
I'll echo that and say that there's currently a large change happening with converting CMH from a department to an authority, and maintaining the current millage also helps with the stability during that change.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Miedema.
I also support the millage. I do still have one remaining question that I don't believe was answered during our work session. I made a request that we could make sure that we were being proactive so that 10 years from now, whoever's sitting here has the option to having it on the November ballot without it affecting residents, as what was demonstrated here today by certain individuals sharing from the YMCA and others sharing that if it wasn't on the August ballot, that there's a service gap. And so I do still have that remaining question. If we are looking ahead with this ballot language of being proactive, looking ahead 10 years from now. And so I would like that question answered before the vote today.
Sorry, could you clarify your question just for a moment and we'll ask legal, Ron, if you're about ready for it. Say that one more time, Commissioner Miedema, please.
I think
You don't have to do the whole thing, just the question. Can you?
My question is will the, I don't know if it's the ballot language, I think that would be the case. The ballot language or whatever needs to take place to make sure that we're not in the same predicament 10 years from now, saying that we can't put it on the November ballot because we have a service gap. And so that's because 10 years ago, we put this on. Does that make sense?
I might be able
if you could help.
I might be able to help you out with that.
That'd be great.
And maybe Dr. Bashirs can as well. But I believe some of that can be done by pacing the expenditure of the funds that come in so that they would go up, and be spent up until the the November election. And Dr. Bashirs can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's necessarily something that has to happen with this, but it can happen with planning within CMH itself. And I'm not sure, are we, if you don't mind answering, I'm not sure, are we gonna have much of a gap with some of those services? Right.
CMH board just approved extending all of the programs that were supposed to end. They were one-time funding this on May 1st to September 30th. So there could potentially be an issue if there's an issue in August, which I'm not anticipating, but we can deal with some of those of your concerns contractually with the providers. And so they know when they're, like, I gave adequate notice to all of them months ago saying this could happen, let's prepare for that. And we can also have a strategy of saving millage and reserve to extend out to cover any issues as well.
I'm fine with August for this time, but going forward, it would be great if, I understand that's 10 years out, but. it'd be
There's no
great to be
reason why we
proactive.
can't address it now, once we're in that period, and demonstrate protections to both the citizens and the programs and for you. So we're not in that situation.
All right. Thank you,
And-
Doctor. Sorry,
Sorry.
Commissioner Rode, I know that Commissioner Barry does have his hand up, so go ahead
Oh,
quickly.
I'm
if you wouldn't
sorry.
mind.
And I believe that we're adjusting contract years on
Mhm.
some of those, so we could simply adjust
Correct.
that. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry.
I guess my question was, how does this line up with fiscal year on funding?
I don't know who to direct that question to, Commissioner Barry. Maybe that is, Doug? Dr. Bashirs? All right.
So legally, the levy occurs in December. So a vote in August or November doesn't affect the levy, okay? It affects budgeting. So under the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, in September, the Mental Health Board cannot appropriate into October and beyond with funds it doesn't have. Now, if it has a levy that will occur in December, it can freely appropriate with these contracts indefinitely into that fiscal year. If it doesn't know by the August election that it's going to have those funds, the best it could do would be to appropriate a budget recognizing that it might be extending some of these contracts and coming up with some funding to show that if the millage doesn't occur, it yet is not going to deficit spend. So it puts a real burden on Michael and his staff for budgeting for the next fiscal year if they don't know in August that they're going to have the millage funds available.
I think that carries risk to the organization to do that.
And just to clarify, we're not proposing any language changes to the ballot initiative in order to create that. Commissioner Rode just wants to make sure that should a future board wish to put this on a November ballot, they would be able to do so. There's a mechanism. Is that an accurate statement?
I agree, and that is a budgeting and planning decision. We don't have ability to play with the date of the vote or the purpose of the millage proceeds. So that is what it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are we
Any
having problems with technology right now? It says preparing live stream.
We've had that up for quite a while. Unfortunately, without rebooting, I'm not sure I can make that go away.
Is it recording?
It is. We've
Okay.
double checked.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions on the CMH millage or comments? I think, yeah, Commissioner Rode, go for
I
it.
just have some comments. I just want to say that I do support this millage with rigorous accountability and utilization data about what the millage is used for. which I have seen CMH begin to require and to utilize in making decisions on what to do with millage funds. So I think there's now high accountability and some good decision-making going on there. The needs in our community have changed from when the millage was passed 10 years ago. And there are beautiful, new and effective services that it's now funding, which I very strongly support. I've also seen it used effectively to support ICUS for some of its prior purposes in my area. So I think it's very worthwhile, and I will be encouraging my community to support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Commissioner Teeples.
I'm not going to reiterate kind of where I've been for the last year on this issue. I'm a huge supporter of our county's CMH. And I trust Dr. Brochure's. I felt that I've tested him many times over the last year on your fiscal responsibility and prudence. I trust your board, the people that this board has put on your board. So I think this is a great thing. I'm 100% support of this motion.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Teeples. Anyone else? All right, I'll just add that I am fully in support of this as well. I think if anything, today's speakers did a fabulous job advocating on behalf of the CMH millage and absolutely underscored the purpose and the reason for it. Our job is to put it on the ballot for voters to ultimately decide, and my hope is that voters will vote in favor of this millage. So with that, Ms. Sanchez, would you care to call the roll?
Sure, Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mrs. Medema.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mr. Barry.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma.
Yes.
Mr. Bruegger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. And then up next, we will have, I guess we'll do the suggested motion would be to place on the ballot the renewal and restoration of the 10-year 0.33 mil dedicated millage for the parks and open space on the August 4, 2026 ballot.
So moved.
All right, motion by Moss, support by Georgezma. Commissioner Moss, go for it.
I support the motion. Thank you for the amazing work that Parks has done, and I'll keep this short.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Georgezma, you seconded that. Would you care to comment or?
I would agree. I'm very appreciative to Jason for, I sat down with him and we kind of talked through their plan, and I feel very confident that Parks is in strong hands and has good leadership over there. So thanks to Jason and the rest of the Parks Commission.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Teeples.
So I'm going to reiterate what I basically just said about the management of CMH. What I've seen with Parks and the administration under Jason's watch is a consistent, proactive, forethought approach to running this business, this community service oriented business. I think your board's fantastic. The communication also, I think, is excellent. Not only to the community, but to this board. And we've seen this time and time again. I think, so often when we have governmental agencies run things, we wonder, are we getting our bang for the buck? Is the money being spent wisely? Those kind of questions, it's not fundamental questions. I have absolutely no quarrel with how you and your team have done this, your work. It's fantastic. So I will also be supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Teeples. Anyone else? Commissioner Kyers.
Yeah. I can't say enough about Parks and how I approve of Parks and what we do at Parks. I've been on the Parks longer than any commissioner has, and I've seen what they've done and how they've grown and what they do to our community. This goes hand in hand with CMH millage because it is part of what controls people in their minds and their bodies. We heard about that this morning, especially from Kelly, how it affects you when you have trials in your life. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? All right. I will just echo what has been said here, that I am fully in support of placing this millage on the ballot before the voters. And I do hope that they will vote in support of it. Our parks are an absolute treasure, and it takes community support to create that treasure and to maintain it. So I hope that our citizens will vote in favor of this. With that, Ms. Sanchez, would you call the roll?
Just for clarification on the motion itself, it has to read at the beginning to approve, to adopt a resolution approving the ballot language, correct, Mr. Bolchi?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I did not articulate that. You're
No, I
right.
just wanted to make sure, so that's what I put in there. Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have I guess we'll read the suggested motion is to place on the ballot and to approve the placement on the ballot, if I say that correctly, Rachel, of the 10-year 0.20 mil increase dedicated millage for the parks and open space on the November 3, 2026 ballot. Is there a motion?
Support.
A motion by Kyers, support by Georgezma. And boy, Phil, getting a lot of activity today.
Thank you.
All right, over to you, sir.
You know, we talked about with our work sessions and the parks did a lot of work and a lot of surveys and got really good feedback from what our community wanted and what they treasure in Ottawa County. And the parks do make Ottawa County what it is. I mean, I've sat on a lot of interview committees and people that interview, they've literally moved here because of the parks. So I think separating this gives the people the choice that our board wanted, because we didn't want it all in one, because we thought it was too much to ask from a tax increase, and I understand that. But to give them the decision that they want and put it forward to them, I think is a perfect compromise. So I will definitely be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Rhodey.
Yes. So I absolutely love our parks, and I think it's always amazing when we can give our kids and our community the opportunity to get out into God's creation. And it's certainly helpful to all of us in many regards for that. I am concerned with continuing to add to the tax burden on our citizens. And one of the reasons that that it concerns me is we're seeing a lot of movements throughout our state, a lot of indications that the property taxation has just become too much. And we see that through, there was the Axe My Tax initiative. We were in Lansing this week, and they were talking about a pop-up tax relief. The population is making it known that they are stressed by property taxes. And we wouldn't be seeing things on a statewide basis happening to try to reform property tax if citizens didn't feel like it was becoming too much. And so I'm particularly concerned about our young people who, we talk about affordable housing and people being able to buy homes. I'm also concerned about our elderly, and some of them can't even downsize to a smaller home to open up their home, so we can have that movement through the market. Because if they did that, their property taxes will increase so much that they can't afford to downsize. So that's my concern on this. I love our parks, but I think that we are possibly getting to the point where we're starting to ask too much of our people when it comes to property taxes. I'm also cognizant of the fact that we have a 0.44 mil for our 911 call center. That's not coming up for a vote anytime soon. But, we have critical services that are essential, that are needed, that we have to, fund through millages. So while I love our parks, I think that sometimes we also have to prioritize where our people are at and what they can personally afford. And to me, I feel like we're at our limit. So I'm not going to be able to vote yes on this one.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Commissioner Wenzel.
I agree with Sylvia. Our parks are beautiful. I use them. Our family uses them. All of our kids use them. We love them. But I'm hearing from individuals right now about being so strapped financially, and how just expensive life is. And just this morning, I received a text message with a picture of the screen when an individual purchased gas and to fill their tank up for the vehicle that they needed to use for work. It was, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, like $150. It was insane. And this is a young individual. I think that our parks are amazing as they are without any more increases.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barron?
Just a few thoughts I've got on this. I think parks have demonstrated they're good stewards with the resources they've been given. I think there's probably a universal feeling that the parks we have are really special. I think having this increase put out as a separate vote allows parks to make the case to voters what they would do with the money. And then voters would be able to decide whether that cost, whether you look at that as a cost or an investment, is worth it. The whole property tax question in general, though, is kind of interesting, and I talked about this on WHTC last week. There is a populist movement regarding property taxes, and I said on the air that property taxes are the only tax that voters get to vote on themselves. All the other taxes are handed down to them, but property taxes you get to vote on. Those are also the only tax revenue that stays within your county or school district or township. It's a direct benefit to the taxpayers, the money that comes from property taxes. I don't know why we don't roll back sales tax. I don't know why we don't reduce the gas tax. There's a lot of things you could take a look at. I'm not exactly sure why the focus is so intent on property taxes. But anyway, in this case, I think parks have been great stewards, and I think voters should have the opportunity to decide whether that's an investment they care to make.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Miedema.
I first just really loved hearing from all our constituents, all the people who live here. They had so many beautiful stories to share about parks. I echo many of those. My family and I use parks on a very regular basis. That was part of my last job, was teaching a nature-based preschool program, working with Outdoor Discovery Center. And so I can't say enough good about our parks. This has been a topic that I have spent a lot of time wrestling with. And I think where I've landed is I believe that we can honor the overall thoughts of many of the people that shared their desire to continue our great parks. If we don't vote today for putting an increase on our residents on the millage, that does not mean that our parks are all of a sudden going to not be of good standing. If you look at all the things in the 0.33 millage rate, line by line by line, it is continuing to do the great work that has been happening here already. When you look at the 0.53, I think there's some really good thoughts there. I think there's some really good hopes. I look at it a little bit as when to a much lesser degree, each year I had to put together a budget for my own classroom. And I started broad, and then that slowly got brought down. And some years I got to have more brought in, and some years I did not. And what I'm sensing our role is as a Board of Commissioners, and why we have to vote for a millage to even go on a ballot is because we should have a broader purview of everything all at once. So we are the ones that are looking at the budgets. We're looking at the things that are coming before us in a little bit from the 911 call center. We're able to look at the different things in our community that are affected by school millages. We have a better caveat of understanding sometimes the whole scope. And sometimes when it comes on a ballot just for a couple things at a time, people aren't stopping to think about, I said yes to this here, I said yes to this over here. And so I do think we have a greater responsibility as commissioners to properly understand what we're actually voting for. And when I hear people say, that they can't afford to live here at the moment. I want people to come to continue to enjoy our parks. One of the things we've been known for is people move here because of our parks. But if we can't have an affordable place to live, then people are no longer moving in to enjoy our parks. Can I personally afford an additional increase for my family? Yes, but I think there's many people here that don't feel like they're in that spot. And I think it's the responsible thing to do at the moment is to create a pause and to ask parks to pause on their wish list, and to come back to us at a later date when things are maybe not so hard here in Ottawa County. So for that reason, I will be voting against the increased millage rate.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I've got Commissioner Zylstra and then Commissioner Teeples.
John, you go first.
Sure.
I'm sure.
So I'll be making more comments about this, but my fundamental question for the board is, and I've been challenging this for a year and a half, is what is our role as commissioners? I think we as a board oftentimes step out of our duty and our responsibilities and think that the government is not here to fix everything. And that's not our job to do that. Unlike what Commissioner Medium just said, where people aren't thinking about what they're voting for, I absolutely trust our public to make the best decision for themselves. And I'm willing to live with it regardless of their decision. And I think they have a right to make that decision. And I don't think my vote here should take that right away from them. That's not my role. I'm a commissioner, a county commissioner, and my job is to watch the county budget. It is to set policy for the county that deals with safety and other issues. It is not to take away a vote that the public can make for themselves. And that's where we have to understand where our lane is. And sometimes we jump over it, and it's not our duty. I trust the public to make the decision. I respect that Parks has divided this so that the public can be well informed that there's a distinction between what happens in August and what happens here in November. The public is well informed of that. The park had a survey and showed that by far the public supports the 0.53. Well, if I'm going to vote against that, that means all those people that did a scientific survey, a statistically reliable survey, I'm just throwing out the window as if those people are irrelevant. That's not my job as a commissioner. Again, I trust the public. If they vote yes, I support it. If they vote no, I understand, I support it. I certainly support the 0.2, but more so, my role as a commissioner is not to take that right away from the people where they can do it themselves. That's just not my role. That's how I see my role as a commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Zylstra.
Sure. So one of the reasons I like to have John go before me because he covers a lot of the terrain that I cover anyway, so it makes my life a lot easier. I let you go as well, Jim. Did I not let you go as well? Because I knew you were going to cover the same terrain, and you know, we split this into two different votes for the public. Like John said, 2 different dates to let the public have a very clear voice on these issues. I think we should allow them to have that voice, right? I think depriving them of the right to vote on this is not doing the public service.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barry, did you have a comment again, or are you good? You're good. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bonneman. You know, I think I was supposed to come back to you a little bit ago. Apologies.
All right, it's all right.
Thank you for your patience.
Hey, it's been a great day. No, I think this is a great opportunity for the public to weigh in on whether they want a tax increase or not. I think we get very few opportunities as voters to vote on that. And so here's a chance to, I was on a journey with this. This is one where originally it was all together and it was just to vote on an increase. I was a hard no on that because I hate my taxes getting raised, right? I'm with y'all. But I was, persuaded that there's power and options. And I want to give that power to the public to say, hey, yes or no on, maintaining. I think that's being a good steward. And then yes or no on increasing. And that's a decision that they can decide. So I'll be supporting that as well.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Moss.
All right, I'll try to keep it short. I agree. Someone said in the beginning, we have good stewards in our Parks Department. I appreciate that. We have great parks. We got unanimous support for the renewal today. And lastly, government is taxing too much. I recommend to the board, to my fellow board members, that you vote no on this particular item. It is a tax increase. Right now in Lansing, we just heard from Bob this morning, and we heard at the MAC conference that at the state level, the Democrats are looking at tax increases. At the same time, Republicans are looking at multiple ways and have new proposals to cut taxes. So I'm opposed to this particular increase, and I'd ask that you all vote no and come back to this sometime next year.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, okay, all right, I'll go for it. I am going to say that I do wish, given the effort that went in and the conciliatory, let's say, given the graciousness of the Parks Board and the Parks Director in accepting a split of these votes, I really did want to vote on these both together because I thought that was a very valuable compromise. From the get-go, I have supported these both being separate, to be put before the public separately so that they have as many options and they can choose what they want to do. It's interesting that Township Supervisor Gordon Gallagher is in the House today. They had a millage put before the people of Spring Lake Township about a year ago regarding their bike path. And they broke that millage into two proposals. One was maintaining what they have. The other one was expanding what they have. That was the right approach, and I believe that the right approach is putting these two separately. In the case of the bike millage in Spring Lake, voters voted in favor of both of those. And I think that was an excellent outcome all around. So I am very much in favor of putting this before the voters. We are essentially on this one a pass-through entity, and I want to give every voter the opportunity to vote as they see fit. I do not want to take that opportunity away from them. So with that, I'll be voting in favor of this. And Rachel, would you call the roll?
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Moss,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you again to Jason and to Dr. Bashirs for your efforts with this. We know you put a lot of work into it and your teams did too, so thank you. Item C, post-execution contract ratification. The suggested motion is to ratify all contracts on the ratification report pursuant to the county's contracting policy.
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Georgezma, second by Moss. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry, roll call vote. Thanks for
I'm
putting that
sorry, I
note
have
down.
one question.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Medema.
So contract 2970, which has to do with the marijuana classes and substance abuse education. It mentions in that contract about going into 5 schools within Ottawa County, and I would really like to have some more information on that. That was a request I had at the last time, that anytime we are going into schools with public health, I would appreciate a heads up, and I would like that conversation to take place before a vote on that.
Understanding is it is after-school engagement. This is a, this is a grant for 44,000 for marijuana, medical Marijuana Act awareness training. And it's a grant that we received since 2019. And I think prior to that, these same funds came in and were channeled to law enforcement. So now they're running through public health, but
Which schools are we looking to
that I can't
implement them in?
answer. I can't answer that.
I think that's really important for us to have that conversation. So anytime as a county that we are going into our school systems, we have a very small role within our purview of going into schools as a county. And I think that is really pertinent that we understand a little bit more about this contract before we approve it. And I am sensing that maybe there's some questions that you're not aware of. I'm going to ask to move contract 2970 outside of the contract, the rest of the contracts to vote on separately.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Support.
Support by Commissioner Rhodey. Discussion. I think Commissioner Medema, you led up to that one with a motion. So do you have anything further to say?
I just think it's our responsibility to better understand how we are going into our schools. It would be great if our health department could come before us, potentially at one of the committees, to present the information. And I think with a little bit of discussion, my guess is the board will probably get behind it, but I do think I think it would just be due diligence to better understand.
Any further discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote. Ms. Sanchez?
This is just to separate it, right?
Correct.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
No.
Mr. Teeples,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mr. Barry,
No.
Mr. Bruger.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, thank you. We've got back to the original motion on the table, which is to ratify all contracts on the ratification report pursuant to the county's contracting policy. Anything further?
I'll just be voting no then, since I wasn't able to vote separately on this one.
Okay, thank you. All right, Rachel, would you call the roll?
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda, the investment policy. The motion is to approve the revised investment policy for a first reading.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Georgezma, second by Moss. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Item E, artificial intelligence policy. The suggested motion is to approve the new artificial intelligence policy for a first reading with the change of revisiting the policy every 1 year. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Or
Motion by Moss, second by Georgezma. You guys got a thing going over there. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Item F, remote work policy. The suggested motion is to approve the new remote work policy for a first reading.
so moved.
Support.
Motion by Georgezma, second by Moss. Any discussion? Mr. Georgezma, do you have anything? Or are you, okay, all right, Ms. Medema, sorry.
Great. So as I made a motion at committee level, I'm going to make the same motion. So I will make a motion to add a letter C under procedure for reporting. Department heads will submit a report to administration for Board of Commissioner review each year, showing number of hours worked remotely in their department.
Support.
We've got a motion and a support. Rachel, do you have that motion documented sufficiently?
I can go back and listen to it.
Okay, all right, good deal.
I can bring it over
and-
to later. Thank you for you.
All right, sounds good. Commissioner Medema, would you care to lead this one off?
Yep, as stated already at the committee level, I think it's really important that we have some accountability by hours worked internally versus remotely. I think it's really great for any administrator, whether it was Patrick here or if it's someone else down the line, that they can easily come into their position and have a quick glance of going, okay, this is how many people are working remotely. This is the trends that I'm seeing year by year. It makes for a very quick check-in by department levels, I would think at the administration level. I also think it provides great checks and balances for department heads with their staff. It gives them a little bit of discernment of wondering, is this a good use of somebody's working remotely or not? It gives them a little bit of a check going, yep, I can easily explain this to a board if I were ever to be asked, why did you have so many hours? It gives them just kind of another way to look at that. And I would say that in-person work shows by studies that you're going to get better quality of work. And I think in government as a whole, when you look at the national level and you look at our state level, and when you're finding a lot of potential issues for abuse, I think it's just impertinent that we put some safeguards out there, some guardrails that just allows us to have better communication with one another. and with our community.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Tebel.
So again, this is going back to the same issue. What is our role as commissioners? What we're doing now is telling the administrator how to run the county with this kind of a motion. Next thing we're going to want to know is how many people work, what's the overtime for each employee in the county? How many people take lunch at what time? How much micromanaging are we going to do as a board? This is not our bailiwick, in my opinion, as a commissioner. This is micromanaging the administrator, regardless of who the administrator is. We need to, from my perspective, we need to stay in our lane.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Oh, wow, okay. Commissioner Barry, I saw you first, and then I'll come over to this end of the table. Commissioner Barry.
Just the first paragraph in this says, the County of Ottawa's general standard is for work to be performed in the county office setting. However, there are seldom occasions where remote work may be permissible. The policy provides the guidelines and procedures for both staff and management of what expectations are in a remote work scenario. So we are doing our job by providing policy to the administrator, and then they're able to, I expect them to manage that policy as the will of the board.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barry. I think we'll go Commissioner Moss and then Georgezma.
Sure, I'd actually like to echo what Commissioner Barry just said. I'd like to take it just a slightly different direction, though. This is board policy. I think it's good. This is a new policy. It's good to get these things written down so that they're very clear, just like Jim just said. I think we can add, I'll just call it a level of coverage for our administrator. If this is board policy, and it's very easy to generate, you just get it from HR or payroll or whatever, it makes it very easy for him to make the request and to do some of that due diligence. And it's coming directly from the board. It's not coming from him. It doesn't seem like, he's trying to micromanage the departments. This is a simple, high-level board policy. I think that's a better position for all of us to be in.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Georgezma.
Yeah, I actually agree with this policy as well. I think it is in our purview as commissioners. Commissioner Bonema frequently says that what we do needs to be relatable, repeatable, and measurable, and this falls into that measurable category. We're not making any judgment call on whether the number is too high or too low. We're getting information, and we're asking those department heads to say, hey, if you can stamp your name behind that number of remote work hours, then good. And if there's a problem, we have that information. I actually think this would be a benefit to the administrator to have, and I'm just not sure that we're tracking this at all. I mean, there is more of a push to return to work in person. So I'm curious. I mean, if we hear from department heads that this is unreasonable to measure and they're having a very hard time tracking this information, I'm willing to circle back on the discussion. But yeah, I support it.
Okay, I got Commissioner Georgezma. Thank you. And Commissioner Tebel has indicated he'd like to speak again. I do want to give everyone else the opportunity one time before we go back to Commissioner Tebel. So Commissioner Rohde.
Yeah, so I agree with Commissioner Georgezma and Commissioner Miedema, and I appreciate and respect and agree with the desire to provide oversight to our bureaucracies in the county. I think it's really important. I think we're seeing a lot of things that are not receiving appropriate oversight on a national level. And so anytime that we are providing, good oversight, I think it provides our administrator, a really good path forward on doing this. I don't see this as micromanaging our administrator. I think it's just setting good policy.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken who would like to? One moment, Mr. Waterman. All right, I think we've gone around once. Do you mind if our county administrator speaks ahead of you? All right.
Thank you. So just a general comment. We spent a lot of time on this policy, and just for the background of the folks that aren't on the policy committee where this was introduced, the intent with this is to really change the cultural mindset to post-COVID return to work, which is in most businesses the the best practice now. So recognizing that there are departments that have remote work situations that do make sense and are beneficial to the county. Equalization is a very good example of that. So we wanted to write it broadly enough that it worked for the current situation, but not too restrictive where it created chaos. If you look at section 4A, the end of it states that department heads may require employees to provide reports, updates of work performed while working remotely at any time. So that is in there as a protection clause. It allows us to look at those situations where we may think there might be an issue we need to address, but it's not a requirement. I don't like to write work assignments into policy. And to introduce a new work assignment per policy creates an administrative burden. This accomplishes our ability to do it as written without taking that next step. So I'm comfortable with the language as written. We talked about this with leadership committee or leadership team, and we think the language addresses the concerns and allows for the accountability should there be an issue.
Thank you, sir. And actually, I didn't get a chance to speak myself before we went over to Patrick. And my comments first round would essentially be what you just answered the question. Is this a request from administration to add this or not? And it is not. And so I'm supportive of our administration. And I believe that if they were making this request, I'd be happy to support it. But as they're not, I'm going to let them do their jobs. Commissioner Teeples.
Yeah, maybe I got mixed up because I thought what we were talking about is Commissioner Mita's motion, if it ever got to that, maybe it wasn't seconded, about whether you had to report this to the board every year. That's what I'm against. The policy itself, absolutely, I'm in favor of that. So I just want to make sure that we're talking and whatever we're going to vote here, that it's clear what we're voting on. I guess maybe I got confused on.
No, you're right.
You're correct. Yep. The motion on the table is to add an item C. Can't remember what section it was. Rachel will go back for the tape on that one as needed, which will require reporting of at-home work hours. All right. Any further discussion? I think we're ready for the vote. Rachel, would you do a roll call on this one, please?
Sure. Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
No.
Mr. Barry,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
No.
Mr. Bruger,
No.
motion fails.
All right, so we're back to the original motion on the table, which is to approve the new remote work policy for first reading. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, just one other comment. I did know Commissioner Zylstra submitted some recommended changes between committee and now. Those are redlined in the version. We looked at those. We think they were good changes and those are incorporated. So you are voting on a little bit different version.
I was just going to
Commissioner-
talk about that, Patrick.
Oh, didn't mean to steal your
Let me-
thunder.
No. I mean, let me just check I know I checked the AI and I appreciate the red line on that one.
Commissioner Zylstra, you have the floor. Go for it. I don't know. I got to throw it up.
And you can tell me, because the suggested recommendations were for deletion of seldom.
Pardon me. Yes, you're right. That was not redlined, but we did agree with that
Okay.
correction to remove the word seldom in the
Okay,
opening
so
policy.
maybe we can just make that change
Yeah.
then, Chair?
Yes, that is.
I just think that it didn't really make sense to me, the two sentences
you.
against each other. And then in the second paragraph, for any reason at all, with or without notice, I felt it was a little bit capricious, with or without notice. I mean, at some point you have to give the employee notice. You can't just expect them to read minds, so.
Where is this?
Yeah.
So second paragraph where it says remote work requires department head approval and can be revoked at the discretion of the department head. Just put a period there.
This one we did not.
Right,
I had
okay.
some dialogue with Commissioner.
Right, so if we're okay with the seldom, I would like to make a motion to delete for any reason at all with or without notice, just because I just think that sounds a little bit capricious for department heads to say, hey, had this arrangement and I'm taking it away without giving that employee any rationale whatsoever. and without notice, which I think is kind of impossible. How can you take something away without actually telling somebody you're taking them away? So.
Excuse me, as I explained.
Hold on just a moment before you go there. We've got a motion on the table. Good parliamentary. How am I doing, Ron? Did I get that one?
You got it.
All right, is there a second for that motion? So we can discuss it, or,
If there's no second.
oh,
then-
no second. There you go.
I'll second it if you want it, so that gives you a chance to comment.
Second, second from Commissioner Teeples.
There were
Patrick,
two
take it away.
changes, and I apologize for not removing the word seldom, Commissioner Zylstra.
No,
but
no,
the-
no worries.
The second change that you suggested was to essentially require that we give notice in the situations where remote work authorization is revoked. And as I said, we want to have the ability to do that because there may be circumstances that it needs to be revoked immediately without notice. In any case like that, the vast likelihood is that we're going to be having a conversation with that person if there's an issue where the at-work authorization is at risk. Even though it's not specified in this policy, that would be my practice, is to be aware of those situations and be having discussions with the department head and say, what's happening in this situation? What are we doing to address it? I don't like to put those things in policy because it essentially tips into the HR realm of how are we handling disciplinary action.
So
I guess maybe I'm misreading the word notice. I mean, at some point, you have to give notice that, you know, the policy has changed for an individual employee, right? So I think what you're saying is that, hey, this is gonna change and this has changed. Like, so if you had this, you know, you're working from home from Friday, for example, and it's Thursday, they have to know that they have to be in the work on Friday, so that they have to have notice.
They will be given notice, yeah.
Okay, so I guess maybe I'm just kind of,
But how I am interpreting is that it doesn't necessarily need to be way in advance notice. We could have a situation where we need that person in to work on a given day, given a work shortage, or, you know,
Okay.
that person was found not to be using remote work properly, and we revoke that right. So
Okay.
we need to have the authority and the discretion to make those.
so now I understand the without notice part, because I think we're thinking about notice differently. But for any reason at all, I mean, does an employee serve, I mean, if they had this, if they had, you know, remote work, as part of their work plan, taking it away with no rationale whatsoever just seems a little bit harsh.
hold on that for just a moment. Commissioner Moss, go right ahead. Sorry, Patrick.
I'm not going to make a motion, but I actually have one prepared after this. I'd actually like it to say for any reason or no reason for legal reasons.
Like it to stay.
It should say, in my mind, it should say for any reason or no reason. There doesn't have to be a reason given for telling someone they need to work
That's different.
in the
than-
office.
That's different than what.
And it's different than what Commissioner Zylstra is saying.
All right.
It's kind of actually the opposite.
So we've got a motion on the table. Anyone else care to address it? And I can come back to you, Doug, one more time if nobody else is. All right. Commissioner, you have the
No,
floor one more time.
I've said my piece on this.
All right. Let's take a vote if you would call roll, Rachel.
Where was the period that you were wanting it to?
Right
end?
after department head.
After department, thank you. All right, Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Teeples,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Moss,
No.
Mr. Georgezma,
No.
Mr. Kyers,
No.
Mr. Barry,
No.
Mr. Bruger,
No.
motion fails.
All right, so we're back to the original motion. Hold that, Joe. I'm just going to get this back out on the floor. So the original motion as is to approve the new remote work policy for a first reading. Would anyone care to discuss this further or make another amendment? Commissioner Moss.
I would love to. Thank you. I'd like to add the words or no reason into that sentence so that the county doesn't get stuck having to always provide a reason. And sometimes the county might not need to. So I'd like to strengthen this policy.
We've got a motion to add the word or no reason to the said sentence. Would anyone care to second that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Bonema. Mr. Moss, I believe you already let out with your comments, unless you want to say anything further.
I'm just thinking like John. At least I
All
hope I am.
I'm smiling like crazy, Joe. I'm thinking you could have been sitting there ranting. I gotta shut up.
Would anyone else care to comment on this one? Commissioner Zylstra.
I'm not a lawyer. kind of tell me what's happening with that? Why would you make that change?
Should we ask Mr. Bolche, who is here and on the
We
clock?
got a lawyer and we got.
We got a
somebody
lawyer. Let's ask
who's
him.
also pretty smart, so.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Ron.
Well, I guess the ability, saying any reason or no reason at all is a little broader than for any reason at all. On the other hand, I doubt we have any administrators or department heads who can't come up with a reason. So it's not a huge significance in my mind, but I certainly don't object to adding no reason.
All right, thank you, sir.
Can I ask another question? When it comes to union contracts, could that cause a problem, having that wording in there?
Only if the unions negotiate something different regarding remote policy.
And they can, and we can agree to that. What do you,
Which they don't. There's nothing in the contracts related to where.
okay, that was my question.
There may be next up, who knows? All right, let's take a vote on the amendment. Ms. Sanchez, would you call the roll?
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, so the motion on the table is to approve the new remote work policy for a first reading as amended. I think we can vote on this one. Would you do the roll call, Rachel?
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Ms. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, thank you. And then B, C, D, E, F, G, we're going through the whole alphabet today. Item G, which was item H on the consent agenda. The suggested motion is to approve the recommendation for Ottawa County to adjust positions, pay grades, and wage scale as recommended to maintain a competitive position in the marketplace and to authorize the county administrator to make individual wage adjustments as warranted.
Support.
Got a motion by Joritsma and supported by Moss. As has become the custom, Commissioner Joritsma, would you care to lead out on this one?
Sure. I think there's been some great work done on this. I really appreciated Baker Tilly coming and giving a rundown of their processes. And then I also want to thank Patrick and the other department heads for their diligent work on this as well. I know Patrick had a couple of changes that he wanted to make, so I appreciate this motion, including that flexibility to allow him to do those without having to come back to the board. So yeah, I look forward to doing this for our employees who work very hard.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rhodey, and then Commissioner
Could I have a
Zylstra.
second?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is our custom. Yes, it is.
I'll keep this part brief. Two quick questions or just clarity. The changes, I believe we already have some of those changes back, and they looked like they were less than $10,000.
Less than 7,000.
Less than $7,000. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm. And then the other confirmation, could you comment just briefly on fiscal, what their input has been on the overall increase?
In terms of,
The wage study will institute some increases across the board. It's not a huge increase. It's a large dollar amount compared to, $7,000, but that's because it is a wage study that impacts the entire county and 1,300 employees. So when we're looking at an increase, is that something that fiscal has looked at and looked at the budget and looked into next year and said, yes, this looks like something that is going to fit in just fine with our planning? Is there any cause for
Yes.
concern?
yes, it is. It's been evaluated. The cost estimates, as you know, are prorated for this year, assuming 5 months of proration, and also assuming the board approves the recommended there's 3 options, as you know. So the financial impact for the current fiscal year of the remainder would be a little over 561,000. And then, going forward for the full year, that's also demonstrated in the amount. And fiscal has, I think, answered this in terms of our ability to cover that shortfall of vacancy savings and contingency.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. And just a side note for commissioners, and I know I've got to go back around here, but Sarah Town is online and available. I have not seen this little picture before on our meeting, so that's quite nice. There, Sarah waved. All right, thank you. I apologize. Who was up next? I've lost track. I think it was
Sylvia.
Sylvia and then Doug. Yeah.
Sure. So, I think that we have received a number of concerns. We have letters that we've received from 3 judges, Judge Bunce from the district court, Judge Van Allsburg from the circuit court, Judge Dullman from the probate court, each of whom have, indicated they have several concerns with the results of the wage study, and even, that it's not been transparent and they haven't received the full, release of the wage study. We've heard from a number of people here today with concerns. So I would make a motion to schedule a work session for further review prior to this board making a decision to implement the wage study so that we can give further consideration to these concerns.
So there's a motion to set.
Support
Okay,
for
motion.
discussion.
Motion and support to schedule a work session to further discuss the wage study. Commissioner Rhodey, do you have any further comments on that, or should we go to Commissioner Miedema?
No, you can move on.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Miedema.
I'm sorry, just as a point of order, is that a germane
Oh,
motion? Are you
Apologies,
motioning
actually,
to table this? We
I-
have,
I can,
or are you
I think it would
amending?
be to motion to table it until a work session can be had. Is that,
thank you. Yes. I'll do
Jordan,
that.
actually, thank you. Ron's nodding, thank you. All right, so the motion is to table item H, well, sorry.
Are you voting to table it or are you voting to move it to a work
We're,
session?
we're voting it to table it until a work session.
Going right to a roll call vote right now. Otherwise, if you don't table it, then we can actually discuss it.
But we have you're not amending the motion in any way. To move
Um,
it to a roll,
Yeah,
to move it to a work session.
procedurally,
Require it.
I
Ron?
think basically, we can either have a discussion, and out of that discussion, there could arise a desire to table it, and then table it, or we can have a motion to table it now.
I'll withdraw my motion for right now so we can have a discussion.
Okay,
Then
that works. You're gonna withdraw your, well,
Off the agenda.
I don't have to
Yeah.
withdraw, but she
you
already
don't,
did.
yep.
But I
Okay,
do have a comment.
and you have a comment about that motion or that idea?
If-
Thank you.
If we were to move to table it, one thing that I think would be something I would appreciate in a work session is going through some of the concerns that were brought forward by the judges, as well as a request that was made in one of the emails from the judges was a legal opinion, and that has not been provided to the board at this point. And I think that is something that I personally would like to see a legal opinion fleshed out a little bit. And another comment that was made was that this was taken away from the portal. And so there was some information that employees and the public did not feel like they had a better, the best understanding. And so I think out of transparency, that would give a little bit of time to get that ready for their full understanding. And I think for that matter, for mine, there were a lot of emails we received from staff, apart from the judges as well, that I think there was one that was a back and forth one, and I don't think all of those questions have been answered yet, to my satisfaction yet, from the email we received later in the day yesterday. And for that matter, the email that you sent out, Patrick, I haven't had an opportunity to really flesh that out and compare to what's been presented to us yet.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moss.
So this was up for this agenda, so I completely understand having it on here and looking to either move it forward or have discussion. I would be very comfortable with pushing this either to the next meeting or to a work session or whatever it might be, just to give administration a little extra time. The questions that came in or some of the concerns, I believe, have come in since it was on committee. So I would support giving it a little bit more time just to work through those, if there's no reason to rush it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And by the way, apologies to the board. I just realized that we have one original motion still on the table, and we're supposed to go around one time to everybody and a maximum of 2. So Commissioner Moss has now spoken twice, but I did not give Commissioner Zylstra the floor. Sir, would you care to comment?
Where were we on your motion?
I withdrew it, so
Okay.
We're on the original motion
I
to
withdrew
approve.
it for discussion.
So I wanted to ask, because I did sympathize with the idea of taking a little step back. I mean, I think the non-union, union issue is important. I think a lot of people spoke to us, public comment, the judge's letters, as well as emails, and I'm very sympathetic. I think that can easily be solved by choosing a different option. I mean, I think A is the recommended option, and B would solve that issue, I think, for the most part. The step 8 option was, the step 8 option being taken away was pretty, did come to us quite often, especially in the judge's letters as well as emails. And I guess maybe I'd like to make a motion to add back the step 8 on a grandfathered basis, and that would address that issue.
Okay, so we've got a motion to add back step 8. Is there a second?
I will second it for discussion.
Right. Doug, anything further?
Yeah, no, I think that we're down to 21 folks who are at step 8. Scott, is that right? Yeah, so there's not a ton of folks, but I think that, the idea of making them wait 2 or 3 years for COLA adjustment doesn't make sense. I mean, the original purpose of step 8 was to incentivize longstanding employees. This kind of does the opposite. So grandfathering those folks who have it. I understand the logic of Baker Tilly and perhaps removing it, but at the same time, what that does to folks who have it, I think that, there's a balance there, and I think grandfathering those folks in makes sense to me. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and esteemed board. Yeah, there was 29, let's see, 21, 30, looks like 30 at step 8. And if we did nothing and left at 8, none of those 30 would get any type of increase, any increase, except for the COLAs moving forward. Because of the adjustment in the proposed wage scale, 9 of those employees at step 8 will get an increase with this proposed new wage scale. And then 21 who were already red circled will remain red circled. So I just wanted to add that note.
Thank you, sir. Doug, you still have the floor.
No, I appreciate that, Scott, and yeah, that kind of, yeah, I mean, I would hate to have 3 or 4 years after we implement something to incentivize longer term employees to take that incentive away, and so, yeah.
All right, thank you. Joe?
I hear Commissioner Zalstra's concerns. I absolutely believe that that's not the intent of what's going on here.
I didn't
And
say it was. I
oh, I
just
know,
said-
I know.
I understand that there was a logic to the removal,
Yeah,
of
we-
it, but the unintended
agree.
consequence of them.
So I believe Commissioner Zalstra and I agree on that. And I think it would be really helpful just to give this a little bit more time to breathe so that there's too much detail here to go through every single thing right now. There have been a lot of emails. There are concerns from individuals. It's not 2 or 3. It's more. So I think we should just give it some time. Just give it, put it up next month. Let administration work through it with HR and just, they probably settle almost, I think they could probably settle most of those by then.
So we've got a motion on the table to add section 8. Would anyone care to discuss that specifically, or shall we have a vote on it? You want to, Sylvia?
Yeah.
Regarding section 8. All right.
Regarding section 8, I just want to read off some of the positions that I believe are included in this section, because these are our higher level positions within the county. So some of them are Director of Probation and Community Corrections, District Court Administrator, Public Defender, Circuit Court Administrator, Undersheriff, Chief Assistant Public Defender, Juvenile Court Director, Public Health Officer, Friend of the Court, Mental Health Court Practitioner, Chief Deputy Sheriff's Office, Licensed Clinical Manager, Deputy Health Officer, Senior Attorney, Parks and Recreation Director, Facilities Director, Equalization Director, Nurse Practitioner, Assistant Public Defender 3, Superintendent of Detention, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney 2, local Unity Financial Liaison, and Veteran Services Director. So this particular block of people are key leadership for our county. And so they're not positions, and correct me if I have those positions wrong, but,
You do.
okay,
Commissioner.
okay.
Yeah, there's some I know for a fact are not correct. They're not any.
Okay, great. Is it true, though, could you answer me? Is it true, though, that some of those positions who have the step 8 option are some of the senior leadership within the county across the departments?
I would say that's partially accurate. I would
Okay.
say that when we think of someone at a top step, we often think, and they've vetted out many, many years of service, and we like to think pure that they all started at step 1 and they moved their way up through the chain. Not necessarily the case. We have some that were hired in, frankly, just the circumstances, hired in at a very, doesn't mean they're not valued performers. I'm not suggesting that by any means, but the adage of, they've been with us so long and so forth, and we can't, not recognize that. So it isn't all folks that have just, have, strong, long time loyalty with the company.
So they might not have longtime loyalty, but are they largely in the leadership
Valued,
position?
of course, in highly valued leaders, highly valued employees in general. Of
Okay.
course, I just wanted to point that out because I think I heard some saying they've been with us and this and that so long. So it's not always the case, but for
Thank
what it
you.
was worth.
All right, Commissioner Rhodey, anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
All right, Commissioner Teeples and then Commissioner Barry.
So I've been gone the last couple of weeks, and obviously I'm guessing that my email box must be full from what I'm hearing, including these 3 judges' opinion, right? Can someone fill me in on maybe what the judges are suggesting that the legal opinion address? What's the issue?
They're very long emails, very long letters,
Very thorough.
and it would take a while to go
Ron,
through
you
them
have
in
you have a
this
feel for
format.
that yet, or no?
I've not seen
Yeah,
that.
I haven't either, so.
For comment on that, if I may, I've been privy to the letters myself. And I know that one of the suggestions was, or I think the analysis of what's going on is that we're violating the National Labor Relations Act, the NLRA. We're a public sector organization and we're not covered under the NLRA. There's clearly, in my estimation, I am a labor relations professional. I'm not a lawyer, along with my experience, but been in labor relations many, many, many years, and I can tell you that there's no legal issue here. The collective bargaining agreements speak to the requirements, the working conditions of union employees. The county will follow those collective bargaining agreements to a T and has been doing so. So I just want to make it clear, my opinion would be that there is no reason to use taxpayer dollars for legal expenses. Pause.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, just Mr. Teeples has the floor. Apologies.
No, I think that's enough for me right now, so.
Okay.
I just read one of the
All right.
his comments. so.
Before Joe goes number 2 on the amendment, I'm trying my best, guys. Is there anybody else who would like to comment? On number 8, sorry, that's right, Jim. Thank you. Ben, it's 1 o'clock, guys. Sorry.
I'm beginning to feel like this probably needs to percolate a little bit longer. I have some questions on employees covered under union contracts. I'd be very interested to know more about what's precedence in this kind of a situation where they're kind of in a existing contract that all sides have agreed to, and then we get a wage study which is going to create an increase for some employees, but not all. So I guess I would like to know what precedent is on that.
Is that a question to me? 'Cause I can answer that.
If this does come around for another work session, that's something I'd like to get a little more information on if we can. And then the ranking of the employees, if I remember right, in the original presentation on this, it showed that Ottawa County does very well, a little better than average as far as compensation for the lower level or the entry positions, but we're a little bit behind the curve on the higher end of the scale. So I don't know if these rankings of people that are in the 8 range. I'm not sure how all this plays out, but I think we should be sensitive that we want to make sure we're competitive on longer tenured or higher level positions.
Sorry, Scott, before you go, and Jim, very much value your comments and everybody else's, but we have a motion on the table to amend Section 8. We're talking about a lot of different things, which is great, and they're all valid.
We are in the count.
But I'd like to do a roll call on the amendment as proposed, and if you could read that again, Rachel.
Yeah, I have a question. I would be.
Starting Section 8, I just
It
had
is?
to, okay, thank you. All right, go for it.
It's about the time, it's about the timing of the motion. So I'm not opposed necessarily to entertain that motion, but I would rather go through a work session first. So I guess I would rather see where the board is as it relates to a work session. And then once I know that, then I would rather come back to this motion.
Right, and so that's why I had asked Commissioner Rhodey if that motion to table is still on the table, so to speak. Because I'm willing to I mean, the idea was, if we're not gonna go to a work session and we have these concerns, well, let's
Right.
dive in and fix the concerns. But if we are gonna go to a work session, then I'll withdraw the
Would you
motion.
be willing to withdraw and the motion at this point in time be added for a work session? And then seeing where that goes, then may go back to yours?
Yeah, I'll withdraw without any conditions, how about
Okay,
that?
thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so we're back to the original motion, which I believe Joe has spoken twice on. I'm sorry, you're cut off at the moment unless somebody makes an amendment.
I'd like to make an amendment.
I'm not really sure how Robert's Rules works on that one, but Joe, go for it.
If it's all right with the chair, I'd just like to remind everybody what I said in the beginning. Our administrator did a great job looking at the adjustments, and it was under $7,000. I don't know if we need a work session, but I do think I think the administration could just use a little bit more time to handle some of the questions. I don't think there's anything abnormal going on here. There's nothing I'm assuming there's probably nothing different from prior years. There's just a few questions that probably need a little more time. And then I think probably we'll get strong support for this item.
All right, Joe, do you have?
I don't have an amendment, no, sorry.
Yeah, let's not do that again, y'all. I appreciate it, but
I can motion a table if you'd like.
yes, please.
Motion a table this then.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion to table. There is no discussion on a motion to table. So Rachel, would you call the roll?
Mr. Teeples,
Can I ask a clarification question to the?
Just a motion.
Motion to table?
I'm just motioning to table for now.
We're doing.
That's it. No
Okay.
work session, no nothing, just motion to table.
What happens to it after this is.
Can I clarify a question?
Ron, I'm going to turn to
Of the
you.
motioner, because it does, that kind of depends on how I would, the answer to that question affects my
The
vote.
motion is to table, in which case it would be on your agenda for your next meeting unless something else happens. But if I don't know that you need to clarify that.
Is that how it goes, Ron, or is it not on the table unless,
It's up to the
unless we put
chair.
it back on the table?
It is up to the.
It's automatically, I'm not, correct me. Isn't it automatically off the table unless it's put back on another table?
If it's put on the agenda,
Yeah, if it's put on
Put
the
on the
agenda.
agenda.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Yeah,
something
sorry.
has to
I
happen.
was assuming, yeah, right, you're correct. That is correct.
It gives
Okay.
Lex-
I'd put it on the agenda again.
I was assuming that.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Teeples,
yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No, sorry.
Mr. Kyers,
No.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma.
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema. Sorry, Mr. Bonema, it cut out.
You're good. Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger.
No.
Motion passes.
That was the strangest scenario there that I've ever experienced. That's great, guys. So at the moment, and Patrick, I'll identify you in just a moment, we have tabled this. I do anticipate, as Ron indicated, putting this on the agenda. I think our esteemed county administrator may have a few questions.
Just a comment so I started working on this as soon as I got here, it was presented to me. So, in October, and we have been working very diligently to address all of the concerns with this study. wage studies, and I've been involved with a few of them, are never fun. You will never have everyone coming here and saying, we support this holistically. The one thing I will say with the nature of all of the questions that have been raised are very much in regards to appealing what the findings were or appealing the methodology. We have Sarah here today, we have HR here today. We were prepared to answer those questions, and we will do so again. But we didn't have any questions that were raised that we were able to ask or answer today, and we were prepared to do that. So I am a little frustrated because this will withhold this another month. Employees are frustrated with that. It hasn't been implemented yet.
Yeah.
And without knowing what the questions are, we can't answer them for you. So please articulate what those concerns are. As I said in my email, we have gone over this hours and hours and hours. And with Sarah, with her team, we're confident in the data, we're confident in the findings. We wouldn't be presenting it to you if we didn't feel it was a well-done wage study.
Okay, thank you, sir. Scott, I noticed you stand up. I'll give you the floor for just a moment, and then we got to move on.
Quick
So go
moment,
for it.
I would support the county administrator Waterman's comments fully. I would add that because of yet another delay, what we're going to note to no negative connotation to this board, but there have been some delays internally. That is going to delay, our employees once again from, market increases that are due to them, that those employees don't have the right to bargain. Our other employees that are unionized will have their rights to bargain. So I'll just
All right,
leave it at
thank you,
that.
sir. Let's move on in our agenda. Next item is number 9, committee reports. Are there any committee reports? Don't believe there are, in which case we'd move on to item number 10, which is public comment. Second call to the audience. If you'd like to address the board, now please approach the podium. Provide your name and I guess relevance to your conversation topic. Or Jason, you can tell us if you want. Hi.
Jason Chamblin. I'm a resident of Perrysburg, also the Parks Director. So just a quick update, wanted to share. I'll pass out. Brian, can I hand you these? So spring summer newsletter is out, and we're doing a new program this upcoming season. So we're calling it our Leadership Perspective Hike. So we're trying to host guided hikes in all of our parks, or a lot of our parks throughout the county. So our first one is next Tuesday at Gross Park. So I've already reached out to Allison and invited her. They will be bright and early at 7 a.m. in the morning for about an hour and a half, and just learn a little bit about the parks, but then connect with staff and talk about where we're headed organizationally. So just an opportunity. I'll reach out to each of you as those are approaching. So I think that's a couple pages deep in there. But then also, we recently just sent out a press release. So our natural resources crew will be doing several controlled burns. So we use prescribed fire to help manage some of our natural resources. And we're coordinating this upcoming weekend. So Friday, Grand River Park, Saturday, Stearns Creek, and then Sunday, Eastmanville Bayou. So that's all, we coordinate locally with the local fire department, and we have a certified burn boss on each of those. And we make the call then the day of, depending on weather conditions. But just another opportunity to pass that information along. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jason. Is there anyone else? Okay, I think we had an individual or two online. Are they able to get in now?
Roger Jonas?
Roger, if you can hear us, go right ahead. I can stall for Roger. Roger's nickname is Roger Boom Boom Jonas because he has been in charge of the Grand Haven Coast Guard fireworks for a very long time. That stall long enough for Roger? All right, I do apologize. Is there anyone else? Was that it online? Okay.
Roger's logged in twice, so it's showing he had his hand up twice.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we're unable to connect.
Mr. Jonas, if you would like to email us, you are welcome to do so. All right, that will close the public comment portion of our agenda. On to item number 11, which is additional business. Item A on additional business is discussion on consumers' energy deep well injection, public hearing. Oh, I guess I got to lead this off. Okay, so this is on the agenda as a discussion item because a number of commissioners have approached me requesting that we discuss further whether or not we as a board ought to take action regarding the EPA's proposal to approve 2 deep water wells for consumers. Just as backstory, we've had a number of individuals who've reached, well, I will say for myself personally, a number of individuals who've reached out as CC'd the board on it, asking that we would encourage the EPA to hold a public hearing. Consumers Energy has also requested that the EPA hold a public hearing, as well as Port Sheldon, I believe Commissioner Barry's district has requested it. So the question for us today is, do we as a board want to take action on that? What that action might look like, and or not at all. So I will open the floor if anybody would like to speak to this. Actually, I think I may punt this over to Commissioner Barry because this is coming out of his district in particular. So Jim, if you'd lead us off.
Okay, this is an item that generated a lot of interest and comment from folks in the area about plans for this injection well. I've probably spent a lot more time on this than I ever thought I would on an injection well thing. But this has to do with the byproduct of burning coal at the Campbell plant and some of this product that's left over. What do they do with it? And they're currently, as they're producing coal, they're using water to cool turbines, and then the water gets discharged back into the channel. And what's in those settling ponds from potash residue, under Eagle supervision and permitting, they're taking diluted amounts of that material and pumping it back into the lake. I'm not sure people fully understand that. When the Campbell plant eventually closes, whenever that might be, they won't have the water that's passing through to continue that process. And that's why they're looking at doing these deep injection wells. It's not my job to justify this or explain what Consumers is trying to do, but I think people have legitimate concerns about this and have questions, legitimate questions to be answered for it. And I think a public hearing that the EPA would host would be the forum for that. I think for us to show some support for a public hearing isn't telling consumers what to do. As a matter of fact, as Commissioner Berger mentioned, Consumers has already requested a hearing from the EPA. What I would hope we could do is show support for the resolution that the Park Township Board of Trustees issued requesting a hearing from the EPA on this matter. And then any action we take would show support for what Port Sheldon Township is trying to do, and also would communicate to our constituents in our area that we're aware of the situation or taking note of it. We're not telling anybody what to do. We're just supporting the township in their effort to get a hearing on this. I think that's probably going to happen. I had heard that over 60 people had written requests to the EPA wanting a public hearing on this. But I think it would still be good, and I think it would be proper for the board to take a position on this to show support for local unit of government and some of the concern that folks have on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Barry. So generally speaking, we have Commissioner Barry would like the board to take action. Does anybody else have any further thoughts on that? Commissioner Miedema?
Did you have a specific request that you're hoping that our board would entertain, Commissioner Barry?
Normally, the board would issue a resolution. That would be a resolution. you could tinker with the language a little bit on that and just make it a letter of support. Which makes it a little slightly less official, I think, but it still would put the board on record on this. Just language on this could be worked with a little bit, but I was thinking the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners support the Port Sheldon Township Board of Trustees resolution requesting the Environmental Protection Agency hold public hearing regarding Consumer Energy's request to the EPA for the issuance of a Class 1 non-hazardous underground injections permits for 2 wells to be located at the J.H. Campbell Generating Facility. Members of the community have raised questions and concerns regarding the plan. It would be to the public good to have a forum where those questions may be asked.
Okay, thank you.
That's a motion I would support. I would support that. I think it's just showing our team approach with Port Sheldon and as well as the residents. We're just simply asking for our support of a public hearing to take place. Consumers Energy has already voiced their thoughts on that. And I think it's showing a united front that we just want to open it up for discussion for our community. So
So I think just from a point of order standpoint, I don't have a motion yet, but Mr. Barry, would you like to make a motion perhaps that the the Board of Commissioners authorize the chair to sign a letter to that effect as outlined in your?
I would like to make a motion that the chairman of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners would sign this letter to be forwarded to the EPA. We are in the window for submitting that request up till May 4 to the EPA.
By May 4, okay. And a second by Commissioner Meadam.
well, would you take a friendly amendment to include maybe the whole board's support? Because anybody, Commissioner Brugger could write his own letter with his own commissioner letterhead, and I think it would show a different, you think that this is different?
Yeah, I would not be using my letterhead. This would be on behalf of the entire board. And sorry, Ron, you go ahead.
Well, I think the motion is that the board instruct the chair to write a letter of support to Port Sheldon consistent with the background information that Mr. Barry had in his motion and as reflected in the vote that you will presumably take.
And I think it should be sent then to the EPA as well.
Yes.
Then I would support that.
All right, okay. Got a motion and a second.
And we're in that window where EPA is taking the request for this public hearing, so that's very timely and proper, I think.
All right, so Commissioner Barry, thank you. Would anyone, Commissioner Teeples?
Has anyone seen the letter from Consumers Energy on this, asking for a public hearing?
We've seen the email officially requesting the public hearing.
Yeah.
for consumers.
Then I would suggest, if we're going to do a letter of support, then I get more comments about it. I would say it's not just that we support Park Township's,
Port Sheldon Town.
Port Sheldon, yeah, Port Sheldon, but also we support Consumers Energy request. I think it's so we can combine it.
Yeah.
All right, so let me get some other thoughts on this. Some people in the public may not like my comments here or understand it, but I think this isn't an easy slam dunk for me. As many of you know, I used to be the chairman of the environmental law section of Grand Rapids. Represented lots of companies, been involved in numerous cleanups throughout the state. My clients were heavily regulated through the EPA. And yes, I agree that we're not talking about a hazardous waste, not the same thing as what we're talking about here, right? But it's still a concern, a waste that we should all, in the state, should always be concerned about, right? Drinking water, other things, touching, direct contact, all those kind of things, which are standards under the EPA's or under the DEQ regulations. But the permitting process also is a very regulated process. To get to and it's both federal and state. So to put the permitting process in place required public participation, right? So the public has already been involved in step one in just the permitting through the regulatory system to some extent. Then now we've got this permit that Consumers is going through. it required public notice. Now, it didn't automatically require a public hearing, but that's how the public found out about it, was because it's going through the permitting process, right? My concern is overregulation of business by government. Business in many ways is overregulated, and the public doesn't understand the cost of regulation on business in many, many areas. We've got the federal EPA watching this matter, and we have the state DEQ watching this matter, two highly regulated, non-elected bodies whose job it is to protect our environments and natural resources, right? That's their job. I may not always like the overregulation, but I've certainly worked within it, certainly at the state level. So my concern is, okay, how far do we go as an elected body, government agency, further adding further obligations onto the regulatory system that already exists? And so that's where my fine line is, right? I will support this letter that you recommend. But I think that again, I'm cautioning this board to stay in its lane. Because there are always individuals throughout in our community that want to overregulate or put extra burdens. You know, the fact that the Consumers Energy has been discharging into the Lake Michigan for a long time, right? A long time. That means the government's been involved a long time, because you just don't do that stuff, right? And so even though there's members of the public who would like more than that, the fact is the business has a right to rely on regulations that have been in place a long, long time. And my concern is I don't want to be that government agency adding an extra set of requirements onto business that already has the regulations to be protective of ours already. That's my concern. Again, I will support this letter in this case because the business community, Consumers Energy in this case, and the local township, right? And the people that represented us saying, let's hold a public hearing. How can you hurt to have a public hearing? Couldn't agree. I agree, right? We all want to protect their resource, and the fact that we want to hear from the public, great. I support that. But I also don't want to add regulatory burden onto an already regulated system. That's where my line is, guys. And I just want to caution us to remember that, at least some of us.
If I could just respond briefly. John, I share a lot of your concerns about we need to stay in our lane, and it's not our job to tell business how to run their business. Just the fact that proximity to Lake Michigan becomes more, that's really, I think, the big reason why this has generated as much public interest as it has. I actually think they probably have the best possible solution. I'm certainly no expert in this, but they've got a situation where they have to do something with this byproduct material. This is a solution to it. It's not entirely unheard of, but it needs to be sold to the public. I don't think people understand what the current situation is and exactly what's being proposed here. So a public hearing would serve a function of an opportunity to inform the public. And again, as you mentioned too, Consumers has already agreed that they want to have the public hearing as well. I think they realize they need to do a little more communication to the public on what they intend to do.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barry. Anybody else? Commissioner Moss.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually don't support the motion for some of the reasons that Commissioner Teeples already outlined. I don't think this is necessary for this board to do at this time. It's my personal view. So if there's a public hearing, great. I think they're probably they've already had the feedback. The locals where this directly impacts has already expressed that. I think that the people closest to the issue are speaking to it. And so I don't think this is necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Rhodey.
I do support it. I think it doesn't hurt for there to be the communication and the conversation around what's actually going on. And I think it actually it might help resolve some of the fears in the community.
That would be my hope.
Yeah, so I think it could ultimately be helpful, but I do agree with us not going so far as to telling a business what to do. So, but I am supportive of the letter, because I think it actually might help in the situation.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I didn't see anybody else, so I'll just add that I will support the letter initiative as well. In particular, for me, it was very important to get consumers to let us know. And John, to your question there, I did press consumers to send us confirmation, written confirmation, and they actually sent us a copy of the email where they had requested this themselves from the EPA. Were it not for that, then I definitely would be more hesitant on this one. So with that, Rachel, would you call the roll?
So hearing Mr. Bolchi and Mr. Berry, I have moved to have the board instruct the chairperson to draft a letter to the EPA to support Port Sheldon Township to hold a public hearing regarding Consumers Energy's deep well injection proposal.
I need to say Port Sheldon Township and Consumers Energy.
Okay. I was wondering if you were going to add that or not. Okay.
Good, got it? Okay.
Yep. Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Berry,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
motion passes.
I will get out my signing pen, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, item B on additional business. This was an addition, and this is the discussion regarding compensation of elected officials. I was not sorry.
Chair, could I request to be excused, please?
Is that how that works?
I have a 6-month standing appointment with my wife with cancer, so
All right.
this is important, so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kyers.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attendance. All right, so we have on the agenda item regarding officers' compensation. I will say, and I'm going to turn this over to those who made the motion, just because I did not vote in favor of adding it to the agenda, not because it's not worth discussing, but I didn't feel like this was the appropriate time or place for it. So, and at that rate, I'm trying to think who made the motion to add it. Sorry, yeah, Commissioner Medema, please, by all means.
So I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. I was disappointed and, to be frank, frustrated and somewhat angry to be learning about the additional wages to be given to our treasurer and water resource commissioner. We found that out through a constituent emailing us. That circulated through all of our social media pages, accusing this board of being non-transparent. I'm very disappointed in how we found out about it. I think that was one of the things that we really advocated for, Patrick, when you came on, and that you would make sure that trying to avoid at all costs that we wouldn't find about things later on. And this is a pretty big one. When we talked about this as a board months ago, it was very much given that while no one was arguing that our treasurer and water resource commissioner didn't deserve to make a fair salary, that we believed that the officers' compensation commission, that was their role, and we did not see anything in the statute that would allow that to be handled in a different way. But if there was, we would welcome that conversation to take place as a full board. And when Doug Van Essen, when I listened to the meeting that took place a week ago, one of the commissioners that serves on the compensation commission, Lynn Jansen, was asking some questions. And Doug said that this was an internal decision that the board approved in May. I don't know which May you're talking about. We're in April right now. We certainly didn't have this conversation a year ago in May, to my knowledge. And it was also stated on the meeting that we found additional Doug said that we found, he used the word we, I don't know who he's referring to. We found additional tasks that we needed done that we assigned on a temporary basis for those people to do. They thought, and then also went on to say, when asked, why did you do this? Well, I'm assuming he's referring to our treasurer and our water resource commissioner, thought strongly that a decision had been made. And I have great concern about what's happening because I would like to see MOUs for the work that has been done. Has it been approved of? Who's approved it? Who did it get approved by? Why didn't it come before our board? I think I'm very disappointed. I have to wonder what other elected officials are being paid more money that we aren't aware of. Has that taken place before? Are there commissioners that sit on this board that are getting paid now more money because they felt like they deserved to be paid more money? I think we deserve some answers as this board.
Okay.
Patrick, before you respond, if you wouldn't mind, this is a discussion item is a unique format. I don't think Robert's Rules gives a whole lot of guidance on it, or do they? Thank you. All right. Before Patrick responds, I just want to go around the horn as far as commissioners. If you have questions of Patrick or comments, at least do that once so that we give him the opportunity to respond in full. Does anybody else care to comment on this?
I will.
Yeah.
Very quickly. I just think that there's two sides to every story. And I think this is a great opportunity for the public to hear the other side. So that's why I supported it. And I think the whole narrative should be out there, not just a partial narrative.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rhodey, you took a breath. It's like a Jim
Yeah.
Barry. Jim kind of leans in and goes, and then I call him.
I have partial thoughts on this, I guess. Just two things that stand out to me. One is, the Officers Compensation Commission made decisions on a number of things the last time. One was on commissioner salary. They also approved that at a higher rate outside of the window. And so, there's some picking and choosing here of who based on those prior decisions, now, we find a way to pay and who we don't find a way to pay. So, we're establishing new authority over how those decisions are made, how it's applied. We're picking and choosing which of their decisions we liked and will enforce and which ones we won't. And so, I mean, Commissioner Miedema's question is then valid of, are there any other decisions made by the Officers Compensation Commission the last time that are now being applied to commissioners? And so this is why you follow the law and why you follow proper process, because when you don't, it raises questions. And I certainly, I took a strong stand before about fairness of pay, and I think you'd find my record to be very consistent across my time in service here of advocating for good competitive pay for every employee that's here. And the same is true, when it comes to elected officials. I think people need to be compensated fairly. So I'm not taking an issue at all with how people should be paid or the decisions made by the Officers Compensation Commission. But we have to follow the law. We have to follow proper process. And, I know they're meeting again, which is great. And so I also don't want this discussion at all to dampen their efforts to, to pay competitively. Obviously, we're not going to all go chase down other roles in other counties and stuff, but I think people should be compensated fairly. So I don't want this conversation to diminish their work there. But Patrick, one thing I'm concerned with is one of the comments that you wrote in the email, and thank you for the email explaining some of what had happened, but particularly the one that says, directed to me, you're going to work on seeing if we can get something, no pressure. And so I don't know who made that comment to you, but I am concerned if people are pressuring you to do things. And so, I just want to defend you in that, in that I don't think that's right. So, hopefully the situation, one, we need clarity, we need transparency, and we need to follow the law.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else before we turn the floor over to Patrick? All right,
Okay.
Patrick, floor is yours.
So, appreciate your comment about being caught off guard, and I do strive to always avoid those situations. The first I became aware of this is Commissioner Bruger reached out and said, I have been getting calls from the media and maybe some residents about this concern. So I immediately started working on, because it was a busy day, and I remember talking to you, I dropped what I was doing and said, I need to address this with the board so they're well informed. So I don't want to regurgitate my April 24th email, which that was really intended to inform you on all of this. I understand that this email has since been shared with the public and the media, so, and that's fine. It is out there now, but it was intended to inform you as a board. So in that email, I indicated that this issue of the disconnect between the pay that the Officers Compensation Commission intended but wasn't enacted due to the 45-day window is something that was being discussed before I came on as administrator. Prior Administrator Rosema was working on this with Corporation Counsel and trying to find a solution. And it was just kind of one of those transitionary projects that was on the threshold when I got here. So after talking through this with Corporation Counsel and talking with the elected officials, we determined that the best solution would be to bring this back to the board with the interpretation per the statute that we cited, that they did in fact take action that day. There was a consensus that that pay should be adjusted upwards. We brought that to you as a recommendation to say, this is right, this was enacted. We don't have minutes to show you because no minutes were taken. And we believe that legally you are within your right to correct this issue. This board opted not to do that without the verification that that had truly been said, despite the fact that we collected affidavits and information from the people that were on that board. So as I put in my email, I was given what I interpreted to be very clear cues to solve this. We had a problem, find a solution, Patrick. Subsequently to this, the Ottawa County Insurance Authority had been meeting and talking about two significant issues. One, they purchased a piece of property, a 45-acre piece of property at Zealand Township several years ago as an investment for the future 231 future phases as the interchange may be located there. They wanted to know, what are we going to do with this property? Are we going to continue to hold it, or are we going to sell it because we're not in the business of owning property? We need some verification, we need some analysis, we need some discussions with MDOT on what their plans are. Who's going to do that? The other issue is there's two ongoing legal cases with regard to property tax foreclosure that are of high interest to the Ottawa County Insurance Authority. So those discussions had happened prior to me bringing this to you as a solution, as an opportunity to solve this problem. Meanwhile, after the board's decision to not go forward that, it was our understanding that we had two elected officials that were not being paid properly. And we saw that as a risk to the county, that it could inherently create future legal challenge for us that we didn't want to do. That's part of our job, is to keep us out of court. So we approached the insurance authority of the idea of, hey, you have some work that needs to be done. I have two elected officials that are very qualified to do that work. In fact, Joe specializes in land development and land related issues. He has a lot of connections, and we thought that might be an opportunity for Joe to step in on the contract of the Ottawa County Insurance Authority, which is an outside entity of this board. Same with Cheryl. Cheryl had an interest in knowing what the tax appeals or the foreclosure process outcome was going to be. It's above and beyond her job duties as a clerk and also her role on the insurance authority. So we proposed the idea to both of them. Is this something you'd be interested in doing for a stipend to help offset that wrong that was made to you? They said, yes, that would be great. Great. We thought we would alleviate any legal risk if they agreed to that. We then presented that to the insurance authority work group. The work group liked the idea of it because they were going to receive the services that they were asking for at what we think is a discounted rate compared to hiring a consultant to do that work. Problem solved. As I said in my email, I didn't report back to this board, and I should have done that, but my intent was to report back to the board when the work was complete. The matter was tabled, and as you all know, something stays tabled until it's brought back or removed from the table. That was never requested by any of the board to do that. What was done was legal, ethical, it was open, that was a public meeting. It was within the board work group's authority to sign an outside contract. They do that often, and it alleviated the legal risk.
Okay. Thank you, Administrator. And I've noticed Doug has moved there since we're on staff time at the moment. Why don't you go right ahead? And I do think, Doug, one thing you might want to address is that you did misspeak at the meeting about the board having voted on this. And I think one of the commissioners had brought that up.
So first of all, let me explain what I was trying to do in front of the current Compensation Commission, which was about to get completely off the rails. My job at that meeting was to make sure they were following their purview. Their purview was not to try to figure out what the 2024 Compensation Commission did. They were ready in their approval of the minutes to try to figure out and answer that question. Then Mr. France wanted to delve into the issue, assuming they concluded that the 2024 Commission had made its decision to equalize the pay of these 3 elected officials, how they could compensate those elected officials for the wrong that had been done to them over the past 2 years. My efforts were trying to redirect them to stay away from both of those issues and concentrate only on the future pay of those 2 elected officials and not worry about what happened in the past or whether there were any inequities. And in the course of trying to redirect them, I explained that administration had taken care of that issue. It was not something they needed to worry about. All right? Now, let's go back to January of 2025. Gary and Doug are commissioned to try to clean up a variety of different messes that were lingering from the previous board and the previous administration. I don't remember, I have a vague recollection, Doug, of Commissioner Zylstra, of you. Can I
Gary
just?
and Doug, I'm sorry. There's a lot of Dougs around here.
Yeah.
And Gary, you're talking Gary Rosen.
You know one?
Rosema, but I also have a vague recollection of the Water Resources Commissioner and you, Commissioner Zylstra, coming to my office to talk about the 2024 Compensation Commission and whether or not the Water Resources Commissioner was being underpaid. I may be wrong in that. You may not have been there.
Why don't you just continue, because
But whatever. My response to Joe was, I take direction from Gary. If Gary assigns this task to me, I will look into it. Gary came back the next day and said, Doug, I want you to review Joe's position that he is not being adequately compensated because in fact, the commission had made its decision in 2024 that his pay should be equalized, and the Board of Commissioners had not rejected that. I performed as I was tasked to do, an inquiry into that question. And it's a messy legal issue because while Coleman was absolutely correct that a decision had to be made by the Compensation Commission within 45 days, it doesn't describe how that decision has to be memorialized, right? So we had a vote, unanimous by the commission, or to equalize those salaries. That vote was taken outside the 45-day window. Joe was saying, they assured me during the 45-day window that they had made that decision. I polled the compensation commissioners. A majority said, indeed, we had made that decision within the 45 days, and we documented it with our vote because we realized we hadn't actually taken a vote on that outside that window. A mess, without question. A $200,000 litigation if you wanted to take that one to court. We're getting good in Ottawa County at taking unusual questions to our court system. But the mess only got more complicated because the Board of Commissioners did receive the report of the Compensation Commission, including the compensation increase for the commissioners, including the equalization of the elected officials' rates. They then commissioned Corporation Counsel at the time, Coleman, to look into that. Two things came back from legal counsel. One, the vote on the Compensation Commission did not reflect a majority of the Compensation Commissioners voting in favor of it, and therefore it was not an appropriate decision. Secondly, they looked at the vote unanimously, and enough commissioners on the Compensation Commission agreeing with the equalization issue, but the vote occurred outside the 45-day window. The board decided, therefore, not to authorize the increase in your pay or in the elected officials. Was that a rejection of what the commission had done? Arguably. You could also look at it and say they erroneously concluded that a decision hadn't been made, and that's the only reason they didn't authorize the initial compensation. And my research indicated on question one, indeed, the commission had properly made a decision and only documented it outside. So now we have a $400,000 piece of litigation trying to figure out whatever the board did, was it a rejection or not? Meanwhile, Joe is not getting paid what he believes in good faith he's being paid. Now, the suggested resolution that I got Joe and Cheryl to agree with is let's take a resolution to the board. You're going to waive your first year increase because we're going to make it effective January 1st, that indeed the board did make a proper decision within the 45-day window, and you're going to get paid starting January 1st of 2025. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Bush and Ms. Clark? In good faith, they said, we can live with that. So we presented it, the board tabled it. I've got a very angry Joe Bush and a very angry Cheryl Clark right now. This was the resolution. They haven't adopted it now. And we are facing in the insurance authority a potential $400,000 piece of litigation, trying to figure out what indeed the Compensation Commission did and what the board did or did not do. So the insurance authority had these tasks that it needed done. The insurance authority work group is well within its $50,000 authority limit to offer them in accordance satisfaction these additional tasks for the 1 year period, or not the county, the insurance authority. It won't increase your county salary at all or the benefits that go along with it. It won't assure that in the compensation commission of 2026, you're starting equal to the county clerk. Is that a compromise you're willing to accept to let this matter go away? They agreed. And so the work group prepared and had them executed, and we approved what is called a memorandum. It could be called a settlement agreement, and according satisfaction, it resolved the issue in a compromise fashion. And Joe, am I wrong in any of what I'm representing to the board? No, you're spot on. So it's not just your decision that was compromised, their rights were compromised in this fashion.
And you rest your case. The one clear.
An explanation of what we did to fix a problem and enable this issue to go forward.
Yeah, and just one clarification that I wanted to get, and I said Doug is wiggling over there, so he'd like to say something. Yeah. Yeah, okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
Whatsoever, just.
One of the things you said during the compensation commission is that the board had voted on this in May or whatever it was. I don't remember the exact words. Just want to verify that the board did not vote on this. Is that correct? This was an act of the insurance authority.
I must have misspoke. I don't know which board I was talking about. It wouldn't have been the county commissioners because you never made a decision
Okay, all right.
on
thank you.
this. And so if I misspoke, I apologize for misspeaking. Again, we were trying to focus their attention on the future and leave the past alone.
Got it.
I also didn't want to go into a complete recitation that I just gave, trying to explain how we were trying to eliminate the chaos that had ensued from the last Compensation Commission's decision.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Doug Zylstra, and then Sylvia's got her hand up.
I'm not wiggling whatsoever, but, you know,
I don't know how to.
Commissioner Rhodey and Commissioner Medema both had, I think, the central question. Like, we understand the email you sent us, the recitation, we get that. I think the central question is, under what authority was that action taken? Am I mischaracterizing?
No,
Okay.
that's a really good question.
I think that's our central question.
The authority was the compensation is coming from not Ottawa County, but the insurance authority,
Right.
which is a separate legal entity. And in the process, they have resolved their claim against Ottawa County, which is the essential task of the work group, is to resolve potential litigation. We also have this investment in that 231 property that the insurance authority needs to make a resolution on, and whether we keep it in light of MDOT's decision.
Doug, but you didn't answer Commissioner Zylstra's question.
The authority is the insurance.
Who gave you the authority to give the insurance authority that decision?
The Board of Commissioners, when they created the insurance authority, absolutely did.
No. We
Yeah.
did not give you permission to come up with more dollars. If you felt like, oh, somehow we think that the officer's compensation got this wrong.
Right.
We didn't give you permission to take the insurance authority and to use it in this manner. In the meeting at the Officers Compensation Commission, you in fact said to Lynn, you can do more harm in trying to fix something if you go backwards. Isn't that in essence what you're doing yourself?
No, we were settling a controversy, and that is, for 40 years, that's what the insurance authority has done. 40 years. That's its task, is settling these disputes in one manner or another. That is absolutely within the purview of the insurance authority and that work group.
Is there an
That's what that work.
commissioner that's coming to you right now and asking to be, because they felt like we didn't make our 60% increase at the Officers Compensation Commission? Do you have another commissioner that has asked you for that?
Absolutely not. But
Ron?
I don't have any commissioners coming and saying the Compensation Commission raised my salary and the fiscal is not honoring that. Why is that not happening? That was the situation we had with Mr. Bush.
While you were conversing there, and I go over to Sylvia just a moment here, Ron Bulchi was squinting, and maybe that's a wiggle from Doug, and I'm not supposed to interpret it as such, but did you want to interject, or you want to hold your thoughts?
Well, I mean, basically, I've learned all of this today, but what I'm understanding is that you had a discrepancy on pay. The insurance authority had a couple of potential litigation issues for which you would, or the insurance authority ordinarily would hire consultants to work on and prepare a defense or a resolution.
It's absolutely correct.
So instead of going out and hiring outside consultants, you hire inside consultants, which satisfied them and took care of a pay discrepancy.
Absolutely. And my role here was as the insurance authorities counsel.
Yeah.
Trying to resolve a festering potential litigation that the insurance authority would have to spend $400,000 to resolve.
And there's no question the insurance authority would have the authority to go out and hire a consultant to handle a problem issue.
Absolutely.
You've been doing that.
We have been doing that, and we would have to do that on the 231 property if we didn't engage Mr. Bush to work on that particular project.
So the authority is just in the authority of the continued operation of the insurance authority. Too many authorities and Doug's here. But the insurance authority did what it has historically done and spent money that it had authority to spend to work on an issue.
They're a 1099 consultant in both instances, not to the county.
Because they're not employees of the insurance authority either.
Correct. This is a 1099 for both of them from the insurance authority, and it is a report that they will owe to the insurance authority, not to the county.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ron. And Sylvia, and then Doug.
Yeah, so I think perhaps I should sue, and perhaps the Officers' Compensation Commission can remember one more vote to pay me. I'm just thinking, maybe some of us should be doing that. Along those lines, I would like a copy of the affidavits that asserted and supposedly confirmed what people supposedly remembered. I would like a copy of those affidavits that were obtained. I think the board needs to receive a copy of those. If a matter like this, is $400,000 in litigation, I think maybe we need to take another look at our legal counsel. And then also if angry officials mean we don't need to follow the law anymore, again, we're in a world of hurt. So I think we need to take a look at how we're operating and make sure we're following statute.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Zylstra.
I guess, Mr. Vanessa, the question is simply, I think it's pretty clear that the Compensation Commission sets compensation for county officials. Is that true?
For Ottawa County,
Right,
or just for Ottawa County?
right. And you came back to us in December of 2025 and asked us to sign off on a resolution. This board unanimously, as Finance Committee, refused to do so. At some point between the end of the Finance Committee and the beginning of the Insurance Authority, a decision was made to compensate those individuals. Is that correct or not correct?
No, a decision was to engage those individuals in two tasks that the insurance authority did.
As a means of compensating them. Those were your words.
As a means of compromising their claim. They
Well,
are
they didn't
not
have a
getting
claim
comp-
yet.
They had a claim, absolutely.
Did they sue us? Did Mr. Bush sue us?
Oh, he hadn't sued it.
Okay,
He hadn't
then there
sued
was no
yet,
claim.
but we get claims all the time,
Okay.
Commissioner Zylstra. We get demands all the time.
I guess just walk us through, I guess, Commissioner Needham and Commissioner Rodeo kind of said the same thing. At what point was a decision made to, in my mind, abrogate what the commission said? Like, this is a salary, but the insurance authority made the decision to augment their salary, which is what I heard in the compensation commission, or heard you say.
No, their salary is set by the county.
Right.
At a
And it did not
lower
include
level.
the 13,000. It did not include the 2,500.
And it still doesn't.
Your words in the compensation commission were these MOUs are a means of compensating these individuals. When the compensation commission
My
did
words,
not make that judgment.
my words to the compensation commission were you don't have to go back and try to fix that
Because you've
issue
already done it.
because they are satisfied with the resolution of that issue.
I think we all understand the recitation of facts. I think what we're still, at least I am, and I think some other commissioners are, at what point was the decision made to compensate these individuals in this manner? In a way that the board, via the finance committee, rejected.
I guess specifically, did the insurance authority take a vote on that at any time?
The work group did, yes.
Or the work group did?
Yes,
Okay.
on January 12th.
Absolutely.
I understand. I know, I get it. They weren't.
I think it's confusing compensation with a stipend.
Right.
It was a one-time stipend to pacify an issue. And it was a benefit to the insurance authority to have this work done. It potentially augment or pacified the litigation that was likely, and it addressed the board's, what I thought to be the board's directive to find another solution to fix this.
I think, and I don't want to go out of turn here, but I think the idea was in finance committee in 2025 in December that we asked you to try to find a solution that we could sign off on. We were not given that ability to sign off on. The work group took that decision away from us, right? We didn't say, Administrator Waterman, find a solution that the work group can solve. We said, find a solution that we all, as a board, can approve. Those are very, very different things.
One of the quotes I cited, Commissioner, with all due respect, is there another mechanism where we can affect these changes that's outside of this? That was your
That's outside
quote.
of this resolution, right? Because we all didn't like the resolution. If you keep reading, my solution was to dissolve the compensation commission and then let us make that decision. We didn't have that work group that was promised to us, right? And that's fine. But, we had this discussion for a year and a half. If we had dissolved the compensation commission, we could have solved the issue. I don't want to go back in time, but that's how I viewed the issue. And the quotes that you put in the email all come back to present us something that we can all agree on going forward.
The only problem with that, Doug, sorry, the only problem with that is we never made a motion to that effect. We never gave a directive.
No, I'm just saying,
We made
there are quotes in
no.
the email that say that, and Administrator Waterman is saying, I have these quotes, and I totally get that, there are quotes, but all the quotes come back to, we would like a solution that we, as a board, can sign off on.
I appreciate that that's your interpretation. However, the motion was to table the recommended solution and to direct Patrick to come up with something else. It didn't say come up with something else and bring it back to the board. I appreciate that that was the intent of a number of board members, but that was not specifically, this is just a point of order. That was not specifically stated in the motion.
Was
That's all I'm
that the
saying.
exact motion to come up with something else? Is that what the motion?
I think motion was just a table,
Right, so.
even more vague.
Yeah, so he actually wasn't directed by motion to come up with something else. That was conversation.
It should have.
I appreciate that, but the motion was not specifically to bring it back to the board. That's all I'm saying.
Josh, if
Yeah.
I could jump in here. Irrespective of whatever Patrick might have been directed with, if the insurance authority is sitting there looking at, we've got liability exposure here on a compensation claim,
they're not determining what that compensation should be. They're just, as an insurance authority, trying to determine at what price can we end the threat of litigation on the matter. Yeah, so they weren't hired as county employees. You just found the price point that there was no longer a threat of litigation over this.
Absolutely correct.
We could probably discuss this all afternoon long. And I understand that there are at least 3 commissioners, maybe more, who are not happy with the way this went. A few that haven't spoken, maybe they are, they aren't, I don't know. As a discussion item, I don't know what further we need to do as a board. I'd be happy to offer some comments. I just would rephrase what I've sent in the email to the commissioners when this topic came up. But that's already in the email and that's already public. So I don't know that I can add anything more to this. Yeah, go ahead, Jacob.
Really
Yeah.
quick, Thank you. I've not spoken yet. I am on the insurance authority. I'm not in the work group. As part of the insurance authority's responsibility, we do look at liabilities regularly. This mess was a true mess from the prior board, from the prior compensation committee that had to be addressed. We put this back to our attorneys and said, are these claims valid? Do we have real liability and exposure here? They answered yes. This is a true mess. Mr. Bush and Ms. Clark are not making this up. This is a mess, right? We need to figure this out. The board discussed this back in December that, yeah, we want to do this the right way. We need to figure out a way to do this the right way. Once Mr. Waterman took his seat, he was tasked with trying to figure out a way to make this work. When I asked questions as to how this all took place over the last 48 hours, there's a lot of information here to digest. But I was very satisfied that it was done in a very fair and legal way because it put the interests of Ottawa County first. This could have been a very expensive litigation to go through. We avoided that. This was a solution that 2 wonderful public servants were willing to go along with. Appreciate that too. We need to not repeat the messes of the past, do things the right way. I'm very grateful that the new compensation committee is now meeting with legal counsel, with experienced seasoned leadership, is public. They're using the cameras and audio, all things that the last compensation committee didn't do. They didn't even take minutes. It was a true mess that needed to be cleaned up. So I'm grateful that we found a solution that works, very inexpensive solution. The false flag here to try to make the accusation that certain people are being paid, without the whole board knowing is reckless.
No, it's not.
It's reckless. You should not be saying that. You are making accusations about things you know nothing of. You haven't asked your questions. You're what happened under Commissioner Moss's leadership with Epperson and Wetmore, I keep hearing it's like that. This is a false flag, if I've ever seen one. I appreciate that you handled it correctly, that you came up with a solution that we could move forward with, and this is in the best interest of Ottawa County. So I found out about this, just like everybody else did, asked questions, and got satisfactory answers. So I understand that there's no backroom deals going on. This kind of language needs to stop because this isn't helpful. So that's where I stand on this. I think that we can move forward from this, and I think that we have a plan with the new compensation committee to make sure that things are back on track.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, anyone else care to comment? Commissioner Wenzel.
You just made the point that others knew nothing of.
No, that is the role of the insurance authority to deal with this. We've dealt with so many lawsuits from Ottawa Impact's decisions.
How many millions of dollars are sitting in the insurance authority at the moment?
That is not what we're discussing, Allison. We're discussing how to fix a problem that was created by leadership you put in place.
Don?
Well, I think it's important to keep in mind, from
Good
what I'm
soundbite.
understanding, that The Insurance Authority didn't change any compensation commission decision.
That's
It didn't change county compensation. They basically gave additional assignments to two elected officials. The pay those elected officials get for their statutory duties did not change, and they're taking a risk. They got extra pay for extra duties they did.
It was
They had-
real work,
they
real
did
meetings.
extra duties to get what they had been owed all along. And they still don't have that in their salary now. Their salary from the county is still below, and they're taking the risk that this will be worked out, I assume.
Do you have MOUs to show with their work?
I don't have anything. I'm just listening here like all of you, like you, I think. Well, no, because you have, at least, you all have read stuff before me. I walked into this today, so no, I don't have anything. But the idea that county board decisions were changed, no, or compensation commission decisions were changed, that's not true. The Insurance Authority acted on its own, with its own dollars, with its own assignments, and these officials had to do things beyond their statutory authorities to get these dollars from the Insurance Authority.
Thank
So-
you.
Comfortable with
Yeah.
that.
So I am requesting copies of the affidavits from the members of the Officers Compensation Commission that are believed to have justified these decisions. And so when this was brought to us before, we didn't believe that evidence was there. And so my understanding was that, was that testimony was requested of those Officer Compensation Commission members. And then we as a board didn't hear anything more after those things were requested. So I would like a copy of those records, because it appears to me that based on whatever you received, you came to a conclusion, I'm not saying you, but you came to a conclusion that that money was owed to these two elected officials. And so that's information that we did not have and that we were not provided at that board meeting, because that piece was missing for us. We were not sure that all the board members truly did vote on that and have that understanding at that time and that date. So if you've received evidence that proves that, we would like to have that.
I'll have to look
Should have
back,
been.
but I'm pretty sure that that
It
was
was
included in the
included in the
back.
resolution.
Already.
No, it was included from one board member, Larry Jackson, and we did not have affidavits from all board members. And so whatever information was collected from all board members, this board, I believe, needs to see.
I'll just jump in here. I think, yeah, valid question, sure, Sylvia. I don't think it's valid, given the solution has already taken place.
Well,
But
but
I
the
understand-
solution might not have been needed if it wasn't justified. So the justification is needed.
I appreciate that, but we chose not to take action. I'm going to read my draft response to the board from earlier, and then let's wrap this up.
Josh, could I do one really quick comment before you do that? I haven't spoken yet.
Okay.
Keep it super short.
I'm just getting tired, and it's
I know I am too, and I have
2:30
a
and-
meeting I have
yeah.
to go to
Yep.
too. I'll just say I do have a much better understanding of everything that's happened now. As Commissioner Bonema was saying, I think there's one element that I'm particularly I'd like to raise, and that's that members of the Insurance Authority were not aware of what the work group did. So that should have had a little tighter connection.
That's not,
But-
I did report that to the Insurance Authority at the next meeting following that. I give a report at every meeting. and
Okay.
I did report that.
I was out of the country for
Okay.
that meeting, so that's correct.
Thank you for providing the additional information. And I have other thoughts, but, okay,
And by the way, we have commissioner comments later, which is where I thought a lot of this belonged for me personally. All right, here you go. Having watched the Compensation Committee meeting and reviewed the December Finance Committee meeting discussion about compensation for countywide officials, I can completely understand the confusion and frustration. At the December 9 Finance Committee meeting, commissioners told staff that they were not comfortable with the proposed solution to increasing compensation for Ms. Clark and Mr. Bush. A motion to address the issue was tabled, and staff were tasked with coming up with another solution. Different interpretations on whether that was to come back to the board or not, I agree. The next time the full board met was a week later, December 18. The issue was not addressed or discussed. It was not put back on the table. Matter of fact, it shouldn't have been because it wasn't the Finance Committee meeting. The next time the Finance Committee meeting met was on January 20th. The issue was not discussed. No commissioners brought it back onto the table for further discussion. In the meantime, staff approached Ms. Clark and Mr. Bush through the vantage point of the Insurance Authority with an opportunity to take on additional work on behalf of the Insurance Authority. Both Ms. Clark and Mr. Bush agreed to do additional work and were assigned projects. As stated by Mr. Waterman over there, Mr. Bush is working on an evaluation of Insurance Authority-owned property associated with the 231 bypass, and Ms. Clark is working on numerous lawsuit reviews. Between December 9 and this week's Compensation Committee meeting, which was last week at the time I wrote this, while neither the Finance Committee nor the Board of Commissioners asked for further updates from staff regarding the December 9 discussion, neither did staff nor board leadership, I'll put myself in that, offer that a solution had been found and undertaken with the Insurance Authority. The reason that this slipped my mind at the Insurance Authority meeting is that was the first meeting in January. And while Administrator Waterman did bring this up and mention that the work group had resolved the issue, the primary discussion at that meeting was the lawsuit against Mr. Moss by Mr. Kleinens. At that lawsuit, we were informed that should we not settle this lawsuit, we would be looking at millions of dollars in damages. So you'll have to forgive me if a $10,000 to $15,000 issue slipped my mind at that time. However, I will say that we should have, myself and Patrick, should have reported back to the full board at the next earliest meeting or to the Finance Committee, as this originated in the Finance Committee. And for that lack of communication, I do apologize, and we will work to do a better job, won't we, Patrick?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Let's move on now to the next item on the agenda, which I think, I don't know where it went. Oh, report from the county administrator. Clear the slate, take a deep breath, and Patrick, take it away.
Thank you. I don't want to steal any of the commissioners' thunder, but Brian and I enjoyed the time we were able to spend with the 7 commissioners who attended this week's MAC Legislative Conference in Lansing. He and I came back with a lot of good notes and ideas on things we can look at doing here in Ottawa. The Legal Services Director position is currently posted, and while there have been several qualified applicants that have applied, we did decide to extend the application deadline to May 15th to allow additional time for an even deeper pool of more qualified applicants. So we do hope to begin the interview process for that towards the end of May. Work continues on the CMH Authority transition efforts, which seem to pop up new thoughts and questions daily. I have asked Deputy Administrator Dissett to prepare an update on the progress for the board at the next month's meeting. Coincidentally, I ran into the deputy from Muskegon and one of his commissioners at the MAC conference who are now looking at transitioning their CMH department to an authority. So they want to ask questions about that. Speaking of which, as was noted, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, which was established in 1949 to highlight the importance of mental health, educate the public, and celebrate recovery from mental illness. The observance encourages individuals and communities to recognize the vital role mental health plays in overall well-being and to foster supportive environments for those experiencing mental health challenges. Staff will be working on creative ideas on how to answer this challenge, and I would invite any of the board members to do the same, to submit any ideas on how we can raise awareness this month. Next week, I will be receiving feedback on the proposed strategic plan that I received from leadership team and using it to populate the action steps in the draft plan. We plan to present the draft plan to this board at a May work session. I think we're looking somewhere chair off-site. Is that correct?
For the May work session.
Towards the end of May. So we're excited to circle back on that conversation on the strategic priorities of this board. And lastly, based on today's vote, a newly created document from our communications department called Your Millage Investment will be published and made available for public distribution. The document provides educational talking points that you as board members can discuss with your constituents. And we'll also be launching on our website at My Ottawa, a millage calculator, so property owners can see personally what that impact will be on their property taxes. And that's based on the taxable value, so it's a true, accurate calculation of the impact. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Just a round table, round robin. If anybody would like to comment, you are welcome to do so.
Sure. Festival season is back. Tulip time is going to be here. I'm excited about that. It's going to be a great time to celebrate our Dutch heritage. Let's be safe out there. Let's stay out of the traffic. And yeah, I'm excited. There's a lot of economy that takes place for a lot of small businesses right now. And so be praying for safe roads and safe crowds.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonema. Anyone else?
I'll go.
Oh, Commissioner Roding. Yeah.
I also enjoyed the Met conference. It was good spending time with you guys and getting to know Brian better. And so that was really good. Also, just spending time talking with commissioners from other counties and finding out, different things that have been happening in their counties was very helpful as well. I'm really pleased to see the CMH, and the Parks Millage go on forward, and hopefully those will be great things for our county.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Mr. Barry.
I just want to apologize for being tardy today with the price of gasoline. I rode my bicycle out here from Park Township, but somehow my calendar showed 9:30 for the meeting. And then when Josh called me, I about had a stroke and set a all-time world speed record getting out here from Park Township. But I just wanted to say, I also wanted to apologize to employees that were recognized today, or the Sheriff's Commendation Awards and the Customer Service Awards. We got some terrific employees here at the county, and I'm really glad that our board takes time to recognize that.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Miedema. Take it away.
Just again, a huge thank you to staff for the hours of work, for putting into our deliberating on the millages. It doesn't go unnoticed. I recognize a lot of time was spent into that, and I appreciated the dialogue that we had as a board as well.
Commissioner. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, I'll just close us out by saying thank you, everyone, for your attention during this very long meeting. We got through a lot of stuff, some of it difficult, some of it smooth. But this is the work we are called to do. So it's a privilege and an honor to serve with all of you. Thank you to our staff for sticking around. And with that, we are adjourned. I've had a choice to stick around.